Hey guys, imagine stepping out of your modern apartment and straight into the choking, mud-slick streets of ancient Rome at midnight, where even the shadows seem to chew on your nerves before we drown in the filth. Smash that like button if you love a good historical nightmare, and drop a comment telling us the weirdest thing you've ever found in a public restroom. Now dim the lights, maybe grab a sturdy bottle of water, because you'll need it when the night air smells like a blend of fermented fish, horse manure, and the faint metallic sting of a nearby battlefield. You shuffle past flickering oil lamps, their feeble glow casting jittery shadows on crumbling stone, while a chorus of clanging sandals, barking dogs, and distant shouts of street vendors chase you like an angry chorus of ancient sirens. Try to find a safe spot to breathe, but remember, the only Wi-Fi here is a swarm of gnats buzzing around a dumpster, and the only emergency services are a grizzled baker who'll sell you stale bread for a silver coin and a shrug. So, could you survive till dawn? Let us know in the comments, and stay tuned as we uncover why a single night in Rome would turn your modern comfort zone into a horror movie marathon. Lucius staggered onto the Via Sacra just as the sun slipped behind the marble colossi, painting the cobblestones in a bruised amber glow. The air smelled like a stew of roasted lamb, sweating sweat, and the faint tang of the Tiber's murky currents. A throng of cloaked figures hustled past, their sandals clacking like a percussion section in a rogue Roman rave. In the distance, the Forum's grand arches glittered like a Hollywood set, promising safety, but whispering of unseen perils. Suddenly, a burst of laughter cut through the din, and Marcia emerged from a vendor stall, her apron splattered with olives and spilled wine. She brandished a wooden ladle like a sword, offering Lucius a steaming cup of honeyed mulled cider that tasted like sunshine trapped in a cauldron. You look like you've wrestled a legionnaire and lost, she joked, eyes twinkling behind a veil of soot. Her voice carried the scent of fresh figs, a tempting oasis amidst the city's chaotic chorus. Just as Lucius lifted the cup, a hulking silhouette stepped out from the shadows, a night watchman named Gaius, whose armor clanked like a medieval power armor suit on a budget. His stare was as sharp as a Roman gladius, and his breath carried the metallic bite of distant forges. Find shelter before the night devours you, he warned, pointing toward a narrow alley that reeked of damp stone and roasted garbage. The alley's walls were smeared with graffiti, scribbles of lovers, politicians, and a crude caricature of Caesar looking like a Fortnite avatar. Lucius followed Gaius, the cobbles slick with a mixture of rain and the inevitable waste of a city that never sleeps. The darkness thickened, wrapping around him like a toga made of shadows, while distant horns clanged like a soundtrack for an epic battle. A chorus of stray cats hissed, their fur tangled with the scent of fish guts, and a stray goat bleated from a rooftop, adding an unexpected comedic note. The deeper he walked, the more he realized that the glittering monuments were just a glossy veneer over a maze of alleys where hunger and crime prowled like Roman gladiators on a night shift. By the time Lucius reached a modest insula, an apartment block that smelled of stale cheese, incense, and a whisper of incense smoke, his legs trembled like a legion marching without armor. Marcia waved a piece of baked bread, still warm, promising a bite that could revive even a dead centurion. Gaius gave a curt nod, his torch flickering like a low-budget lightsaber, warning that the night's true danger was not the shadows, but the belly of the city, ready to swallow the unsuspecting. Lucius sank onto a straw-filled mattress, tasting the salty air, and realizing that surviving one night in ancient Rome was about as likely as a chariot race ending in a ballet. The sun had slipped behind the Palatine, and the city of Rome turned into a bruised twilight. Lucius shuffled down the Via Portuncis, his sandals slapping against the uneven cobbles that smelled of horse, sweat, and cheap perfume. He peered into the cheap taverns, only to find dark shutters nailed shut, as if the very doors were on strike. The air was thick with the sour scent of spilled wine, and the distant clamor of a night watch marching like a bad sequel to Game of Thrones. Hunger gnawed at his belly louder than any legionary's drum. Ahead, the market square lay under a ragged canopy of tarps, each stall guarded by a crew of gaunt men with eyes like hollowed olives. Their cloaks rasped as they shuffled, and the chatter of bartering was replaced by the occasional grunt of a stomach growling. Lucius could see crusty loaves propped like relics, their tops blackened, the crumbs whispering promises of salvation. The thieves tossed a half-eaten fig into the air, its sweet perfume fighting the odor of sweat and horse dung that clung to the stone. Every step echoed like a warning. Leave now, or become part of the menu. A lanky kid lunged for the nearest loaf, sending a cloud of stale dust into Lucius's nose, making him cough like a Roman who just swallowed a whole amphora of bad garum. The thieves snarled, brandishing rusted knives that glinted as if they were auditioning for a pirate movie. A fist flew, slamming into the skull of a burly thug, and the market erupted into a chaotic ballet of shouts, broken pottery, and the slapstick sound of bread hitting the ground. Lucius ducked behind a barrel, feeling the splintered wood vibrate against his back like an ancient drumbeat. Blood mixed with flour, painting the cobbles in a grotesque, if oddly appetizing, tableau. Now the choice lay before him like a forked road sign. Pilfer the remaining crumbs, or stare down the gang's leader. a scarred veteran who looked like he had once played a cameo as a gladiator in a Netflix binge watch. Lucius weighed his options, his stomach growling louder than a chariot race crowd on a hot summer day. He imagined himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, only with less charisma and more vomit-inducing cheese. The gang leader winked, flashing a gold earring shaped like a tiny laurel wreath, as if to say, "Take it, or taste the wrath of Rome's version of the Avengers, but with more sandals." With a half-smile, Lucius reached for the crust, feeling the weight of betrayal and survival press into his palm. He snatched the stale baguette, okay, more like a hard, stone-like rusk. Just as the gang surged forward, their shouts rising like a chorus of angry opera singers who'd missed their cue, the night air crackled with the scent of fear, sweat, and burnt incense, making Lucius's eyes water in a way that would make any Instagram filter jealous. He bolted through the alleys, the stolen bread clutched like a trophy, while the thieves cursed behind him, their curses sounding like a broken lyre. By the time he reached the shadow of the Colosseum, the moon had risen, casting a silvery glow on his disheveled silhouette, and he realized that surviving one night in ancient Rome was less about bravery and more about having a solid snack pack. As he nibbled the crust, he muttered, "Next time, I'll bring my own pizza." When the night fell over ancient Rome, Lucius slipped away from the tavern's raucous clamor, eyes darting for any shadow that promised safety. He recalled the whispered legend of the Cloaca Maxima, a subterranean river of filth that swallowed the unwary like a Roman version of the Upside Down. With a muttered curse, he dove into the arching stone tunnels, the flicker of torchlight playing tricks on his tired mind. The vaulted ceiling loomed like a giant's ribcage, dripping with condensation that smelled of old cheese and broken promises. He thought, "Great, I've just signed up for a Roman-style horror escape room." The air inside the cloaca slammed into him like a damp, sour wool blanket, thick with the perfume of rot and rusted metal. Rats the size of newborn puppies scurried along the slick walls, their beady eyes glinting like tiny, malevolent disco balls. One bold vermin leapt onto Lucius's boot, squeaking a warning that sounded suspiciously like a modern-day tick-tock chant. The echoes of distant water clanged against stone, a slow, mournful drumbeat that made his heart race faster than a chariot on the Circus Maximus. Every breath felt like inhaling 1,000 weeks of neglected public latrines, and his stomach churned with a rebellion of its own. Suddenly, a cough erupted from the darkness, a dry rasp that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 ancient plagues. Behind the cough, invisible pathogens fluttered like microscopic gremlins, itching at his throat and itching for a chance to set up camp. Lucius's eyes watered, not just from the stink, but from the sudden realization that the cloaca was a breeding ground for diseases more terrifying than any gladiator's sword. He staggered, feeling his stamina drain as if someone had swapped his blood with the soup from a public bathhouse. Yet, with each gasp of fetid air, his mind clung to a single thought. If I survive this, I can definitely survive the Senate's gossip. From a shadowy corner emerged Gaius, a gaunt street-wise veteran whose beard looked like it had been trimmed with a broom. He raised a finger, eyes glittering with a mix of sarcasm and genuine concern, and shouted, "You think the Colosseum's a death trap? Welcome to the city's real nightmare." Gaius warned that the cloaca's drainage system was designed not for hygiene, but for quick disposal of bodies, waste, and any unlucky soul who strayed after dusk. He gestured to a rusted grate, explaining it was a one-way ticket to the underworld, where even the gods would refuse a second helping. With a grin that was half laugh and half grimace, Gaius vanished back into the darkness, leaving Lucius to contemplate his fate amid the gnawing rats. Lucius realized that surviving a night in ancient Rome required more than sturdy sandals. It demanded the immunity of a centurion and the nose of a bloodhound. The Cloaca Maxima, with its choking fumes, disease-laden rats, and the ever-present threat of a sudden plunge into the murky river below, was the ultimate test of mortal endurance. As the first light of dawn seeped through the stone cracks, his lungs burned like a furnace, and his skin felt as though it had been scraped by 1,000 cobblestones. He staggered out, coughing, humbled, and swore never again to treat the city's sanitation system as a tourist attraction. In the end, the real curse wasn't the rats or the stench, it was the ancient Romans' casual disregard for public health. A lesson that even modern Netflix binge watchers can appreciate. The night had settled over Rome like a cheap velvet curtain, and the insulae, those cramped apartment towers, glimmered with oil lamplight. A thin drizzle hissed on the cobbles, turning the alleys into slippery mirrors that reflected flickering shadows. Vendors packed up their stale cheese and spiced figs, muttering about the next day's market, as if the gods hadn't already scheduled a drama. Somewhere beyond the city walls, Vespasian plotted his next triumph, oblivious to the spark about to ignite his own. Without warning, a shout cracked through the alley, followed by a roar that swallowed the night. A fire leapt from a baker's oven, devouring wooden beams and plaster like a Roman version of a viral meme, except this meme burned everything in sight. The flames surged upward, turning the narrow passage into a corridor of orange knives that sliced the air with heat. Smoke curled like the smoke rings of a drunken gladiator, choking the scent of incense with acrid burnt timber. Panic erupted faster than a rumor about a new emperor. Citizens scrambled, their sandals slapping against the stone, scattering laundry that fluttered like terrified flags. Mothers shouted for their children, while men shouted curses at the gods and at the night watch, whose lanterns sputtered uselessly. The watch, a ragtag crew more accustomed to quelling tavern brawls than infernos, turned into a chaotic chorus of clanking armor and stumbling shouts. Even the ever-stoic statues seemed to glare, their marble eyes reflecting a horror that no marble could ever hold. In the thick of it, Lucius, half philosopher, half survivalist, dodged collapsing roofs that fell like the final act of a tragic play. He ducked beneath an overhanging beam, feeling the heat singe his eyebrows, and inhaled a lungful of smoke that tasted like burnt olives and desperation. With each step, the ground rumbled, sending shards of terracotta smashing underfoot, while distant cries sounded like an ancient soundtrack of doom. He grabbed a rope from a fallen merchant's cart, swinging across a gap as if auditioning for a Roman version of Spider-Man. His heart thudding louder than the temple drums. When the fire finally guttered, leaving only smoldering embers and a landscape of twisted timber, Lucius stood amid the wreckage, coughing out black clouds like a wounded dragon. He stared at the ruined insulae, realizing survival in ancient Rome required more than a sturdy toga. It demanded a gritty will, a dash of luck, and the ability to laugh at the absurdity of it all. As the first light of dawn painted the sky a bruised purple, he muttered, "If only Vespasian had sent a fire brigade instead of a legion." Half joking, half cursing, the surviving crowd gathered, their faces smudged with soot. And for a brief moment, the city breathed a collective sigh of relief, unaware that tomorrow would bring another spectacle. When the first pale fingers of dawn slipped over the Capitoline, the Forum looked like a battlefield littered with broken togas and broken dreams. The surviving citizens shuffled in, their eyes rimmed with ash and their sandals soaked in the night's rain of blood. Lucius, his cheek swollen like a Roman marble statue that's been knocked over, limped forward, still clinging to a life he thought the gods had tossed aside. A lone crier shouted the morning's decree, but his voice sounded more like a wounded goat than a herald of hope. In that chilly light, the city seemed to inhale, ready to exhale another day of relentless grind. The smell hit them first, a mix of charred wood, spilled wine, and the sour tang of vomit that clung to the stones like a bad perfume. Flickering torchlight still clung to the shadows, casting grotesque silhouettes of busted statues that seemed to whisper, "Rome wasn't built in a day, but it sure can be demolished in one night." A stray dog, fur matted with soot, barked a mournful note that was quickly drowned by the guttural howl of a street vendor, swearing his olives were still safe. Even the marble columns dripped with condensation, as if the gods themselves were sweating over the mess they'd allowed. Amidst the chaos, a lone baker laughed, offering a stale loaf to anyone who could still taste sugar, proving that even in ruin, Romans loved a good carb. As night had fallen, the city's true monsters emerged, not the legion of fire eaters, but the legion of rats the size of mini tigers, scurrying like paparazzi after a scandal. The curfew bells clanged like an ancient version of a Game of Thrones warning. Winter is coming, and so is the patrol. Silent thieves slipped through alleys, stealing not just silver, but the very breath of those unlucky enough to be caught in their net. The rhythm of the streets never stopped. Shutters slammed, doors creaked, and the murmurs of conspirators rose like a low-key soundtrack to a Netflix thriller. In that midnight chorus, Lucius realized that Rome never truly slept. It merely switched from a daytime parade to a nocturnal nightmare. Lucius remembered the night he'd nearly become a decorative tile in a fire-swept tavern, rescued only by a sudden shout of fire. Fire. That turned the whole block into a panicked sprint. He learned that the true peril was not the flames licking the roofs, but the relentless drumbeat of boots on cobblestones, marching like a metronome that never missed a beat. Every lantern flickered like a nervous tick-tock influencer trying to stay lit, while the city's watchmen prowled, eyes sharper than a Roman centurion's spears. The nighttime rhythm was a cruel comedy. Just when you thought you'd found a quiet corner, a shouting merchant would hawk his wares, shouting Silphium, the cure for everything. As if the gods had a sense of humor, by sunrise, the lesson settled in his gut as firmly as a legionnaire's shield. Underestimate Rome after dark, and you'll end up as another forgotten statue in the forum's gutter. Swearing on the laurel wreath he still wore, Lucius declared he would never again treat the night like a cheap Netflix binge. He promised to equip himself with night vision goggles, a tongue-in-cheek nod to the future, because if a Roman could survive a night without a torch, surely a little extra glow wouldn't hurt. The crowd chuckled, picturing him like a Roman Indiana Jones, swinging from a balcony with a torch-lit whip, while the city's shadows looked on in bewildered awe. Yet, beneath the jokes lay a grim resolve. He would study the city's rhythm, learn its beats, and dance to them without stepping on any more invisible toes. As the forum bathed in the golden glow of the new day, Lucius whispered to the gods, "Next night, I'll bring the popcorn and the strategy. Don't try to eat me." As the sun surrenders to dusk, golden light spills over the marble arches of the forum, turning stone into molten honey. The bustling market stalls cough out the scent of roasted dormice and spilled wine, while merchants barter over cheap silk like kids swapping Pokemon cards. Shadows stretch like lazy cats along the cobblestones, swallowing the chatter and leaving a hush that feels like a held breath. In those waning moments, the forum's glittering veneer peels away, revealing alleyways that smell of sweat, stale figs, and the occasional waft of unwashed soldiers. Lucius, a hulking former legionary turned night watchman, prowls those alleys with a lantern clenched in one hand and a gladius in the other, his armor clinking like a kitchen mixer on low. He pauses by a broken column, where a figure cloaked in midnight silk slips through the gloom. Selene, the city's most daring thief, who could pick a lock faster than a Netflix binge. She flashes a grin that says, "I'm not here for the olives," and offers him a lead wrapped in a sigh of cheap perfume. Their banter crackles with irony, as Lucius jokes that the only thing more dangerous than a rogue's dagger is a Roman senator's ego. Together they chart a pattern of robberies that have turned the forum's nocturnal heartbeat into a staccato of screams and clanging armor. Victims are found sprawled in the forum's basilica, their tunics torn, blood staining the mosaic like spilled wine at a victory feast. The thieves leave behind a calling card, a silver coin stamped with a laughing Bacchus, as if the god himself were chuckling at the city's woes. The air grows thick with coppery iron and the bitter perfume of fear, making even the street lamps flicker like nervous fireflies. When word reaches the Senate, the marble benches groan under the weight of worried senators, their togas rustling like nervous cats. They summon Decimus, a magistrate renowned for his iron fist and a reputation that whispers, "Do not cross me," louder than a battlefield horn. Decimus strides in, his sandals echoing like a metronome, and cracks a joke about needing a vacation from all this drama. A nod to modern reality TV drama queens. He orders the city's guard to tighten patrols, promising that anyone caught will be sentenced faster than a binge watcher finishes a season. Lucius and Selene, now unlikely partners, set out into the night, their footsteps stirring up dust that smells of burnt oil and ancient secrets. They share a grin, noting that hunting criminals in the forum feels like a live-action version of Mission Impossible, only with more togas and fewer explosions. Their lantern casts long, trembling shadows that dance across the walls, as if the city itself were whispering clues. With each breath, they feel the pulse of Rome, gritty, glorious, and ever ready to spill its blood for a story worth telling. Under a moon that smelled of damp stone and cheap wine, Lucius slipped past the marble columns of the forum like a cat burglar at a toga party. Selene, cloaked in midnight silk, followed, her sandals whispering against the cobblestones, while the city's night birds cackled from tavern eaves. They slipped into the shadowy stalls of the Senate, where corrupt senators swirled cheap garum around their elbows and traded gossip like illegal Pokemon cards. The air fizzed with gossip and the faint sting of incense, setting the stage for a night that would make even Nero raise an eyebrow. Between sips of fermented grape juice, a rumor glimmered like a red scarf in a sea of white tunics. Talk of the Red Cloak, a phantom leader of a hidden gang that siphoned off tax money and slush funds for midnight brawls. Lucius pressed his ear to a senator's elbow, catching the low rumble of Red Cloak, as if it were a secret password for an exclusive club. Selene's eyes sparkled with mischief. She imagined the rogue as a Roman era batman, cape flapping in the forum's breeze, though his real weapons were bribes and daggers. Their curiosity ignited. They set off to trace the crimson thread through the labyrinth of back alleys. The chase hit a snag when bribed guards, who smelled of sweat and cheap perfume, blocked the path like a chorus line of stone statues. Lucius shoved a golden coin into a guard's palm, only to watch the man grin like a pizza delivery driver after a big tip, then turn his back, revealing a hidden stairwell. Selene slipped through, her heart hammering as loudly as a Roman drum, while the guards muttered about loyalty and paychecks. The night air grew thicker, heavy with the scent of spilled oil from the market stalls, and the duo sensed they were being funneled toward a trap set by the very men they hunted. In the dim glow of the temple of Castor, the echo of distant prayers clashed with the clatter of swords and ambush. Shadows lunged from marble niches, brandishing short blades that glittered like mischievous fireflies. Lucius felt a sting on his forearm, a hot sting of copper that smelled like fresh blood, while Selene ducked under a swinging spear, the wooden shaft smelling of pine and old sweat, the marble floor slicked with spilled wine and blood, turning the holy sanctuary into a messier version of a rave after party. And the Red Cloak's minions retreated, leaving behind a tapestry of ruined incense and lingering dread. When the dust settled, a respected tribune stepped forward, his toga immaculate, his smile wider than a Roman billboard for olive oil. He confessed, with the casual nonchalance of a Netflix binge watcher admitting to spoilers, that he'd been funneling the stolen loot into his own estate's garden, because who doesn't need a private vineyard? Lucius and Selene exchanged glances, realizing the true crime wasn't just the gang's thievery, but the betrayal of a man who swore to protect the Republic. With a rueful grin, Selene whispered, even in ancient Rome, the highest officials can be the biggest Avengers villains. As they vanished into the night, their laughter echoing off the marble walls, the moon hung low over the Roman Forum, a silver lantern spilling its cold light onto cracked marble and rotting sandalwood. In the shadow of the Temple of Jupiter, the Red Cloaks gang, clad in crimson mantles that flapped like restless banners, whispered plans to snag the sacred golden laurel, the glittering wreath that even the gods would envy. The laurel glimmered under the moon. Its metal sent a mix of ozone and old incense, daring any thief to reach for it. A stray goat bleated nearby, as if chanting a warning, while a street vendor's stale cheese smelled like tragedy waiting to happen. The gang's leader, a scarred lad named Brutus, tapped his dagger against his palm, promising a heist worthy of a Netflix binge. Just as the first hand slipped toward the gleaming wreath, Lucius, former legionnaire turned reluctant hero, lunged from behind a column, his sword flashing like a meteor in the night. Beside him, Selene, whose eyes shimmered like polished obsidian, shouted a warning that echoed off the marble like a Roman ringtone. The two cut a swath through the Red Cloaks men, scattering them into the labyrinthine catacombs where the air tasted of damp stone and ancient sewage. Down in the undercroft, echoing footsteps sounded like a drumline on a bad day, and the scent of burnt tallow from abandoned braziers made even the strongest stomach churn. The chase became a chaotic ballet of torchlight, clashing steel, and the occasional squeak of a stray rat that seemed to snicker at the absurdity of modern thieves in ancient ruins. Suddenly, a familiar voice slipped through the darkness. Marcus, Selene's former lover, emerged from the shadows with a mischievous grin and a dagger polished to a deceptive sheen. He slipped a poisoned coin into the gang's stash, then whispered, "I'm sorry, love, but the laurel belongs to the Senate now," before vanishing like a Roman-style glitch. Betrayal hit Lucius like a barrel of fermented wine, sharp, stinging, and oddly intoxicating. The Red Cloaks men froze, eyes wide as if they'd just seen a gladiator in a superhero cape, while Selene stared at Marcus, her heart beating like a war drum gone off beat. In that moment, the catacombs became a stage for drama louder than any triumphal arch, and the scent of iron mingled with the stale funk of ancient dust. Lucius felt his past surge forward, memories of a legionary oath clashing with the present mayhem like a chariot crash in a slow-motion movie. He remembered the day his brother fell in the battlefield, the taste of blood on his tongue, and the promise he'd made to protect the city's symbols, now being hijacked by a lover's betrayal. With a grim chuckle, he shouted, "If this were a video game, you'd be on the final boss level, and I'm about to use my cheat code honor. He lunged at Marcus, their swords singing a duet of clanging irony, while Selene tried to pull the betrayed lover back into the light. The catacombs echoed with the clang of steel, the squeak of rats, and the faint hiss of a distant street vendor shouting. Fresh figs above ground, the forum's lanterns flickered like nervous fireflies, casting trembling shadows over panicked citizens who whispered that the gods themselves were angry. A stray shout rose from a tavern. If you can't beat 'em, join M. A line that would make even a Shakespearean fool grin. Lucius, blood speckling his cloak, pulled the golden laurel free, its surface catching the lantern light and turning the night into a glittering Instagram filter of ancient opulence. Selene, tears mixing with sweat, stared at the prize and at Marcus, who slipped away into the darkness, his betrayal now a rumor for future gossip columns. The Red Cloaks gang retreated, muttering about, "Next time, we'll bring a GPS," while the city's alarm bells rang, announcing that even in the dead of night, Rome's nightlife could outshine any modern heist movie. The iron-clad doors of the Curia burst open as a ragged procession shoved the red cloak forward, his crimson mantle flapping like a flag at a Roman rave. Sunlight hammered the marble, turning the Senate steps into a glare-soaked stage where gossip mingled with the sour stench of sweat and goat cheese. Citizens in tunics and sandals leaned forward, eyes wide as if awaiting the latest episode of a reality show. Only this drama had actual swords. A shout rose from the crowd, a low growl that rippled like a gladiator's chant, and the Red Cloak's own breath smoked in the noon heat, wild with defiance. The scene felt less like law and more like a circus, with the Senate as the beleaguered ringmaster trying to keep the lions at bay. Decimus, the magistrate with a scar shaped like a lightning bolt, stepped forward, brandishing a scroll that crackled louder than a Roman smartphone notification. He unfurled damning evidence, a sack of stolen gold coins that smelled of rust and desperation, a blood-stained dagger that sang of midnight murders, and a love letter addressed to a senator's wife that read like a bad rom-com script. The crowd erupted, fists pounding the marble, voices clashing like cymbals in a noisy tavern, while some elderly women muttered prayers that sounded suspiciously like a chant from a modern superhero movie. A few onlookers snickered, whispering that the Red Cloak's nickname might have been inspired by a flamboyant fashion line rather than actual crime. Decimus' eyes glittered with the thrill of a courtroom showdown, and the Senate seemed to inhale the tension, tasting iron and cheap wine on their tongues. When the magistrate finally rose to speak, his voice rolled across the forum like thunder over the Tiber, delivering a sentence that blended exile with the promise of death. A fate as grim as a Netflix true crime documentary finale. He declared, "You shall wander the deserts beyond the empire, where sand gnaws at your boots, and the gods will decide whether you live long enough to taste their mercy." The crowd gasped, some clutching their togas tighter, as a sour aroma of incense and horse dung wafted through the air, mixing with the metallic tang of anticipation. A nervous chuckle escaped a nearby street performer who whispered, "Guess he won't be starring in Game of Thrones after all," earning a ripple of nervous laughter. The magistrate's gavel slammed down, echoing off the marble like a punchline to a joke nobody wanted to hear, sealing the red cloak's doom. Just as the last reverberation faded, a sudden roar erupted from the shadowed arches of the forum. Loyal followers of the Red Cloak, armed with makeshift spears, and a ferocity that smelled of burnt olive oil and cheap perfume. They surged forward, faces twisted in a mix of rage and misplaced optimism, chanting slogans that sounded suspiciously like a modern protest chant gone terribly wrong. The Senate's marble steps trembled under the weight of a mob that smelled of sweat, blood, and the faint hint of roasted pork from nearby stalls. Torches flared, casting grotesque shadows that danced like a medieval rave, while a bewildered tribune tried to calm the chaos by shouting, "Hold your swords. This isn't a karaoke night." The clash of steel, the clatter of shields, and the shrill cries of the crowd blended into a chaotic symphony that threatened to drown out the magistrate's authority. In the half-lit chaos, the Red Cloak's eyes glinted with a defiant spark. His red cloak, now a banner of rebellion fluttering like a meme flag in the wind. The magistrate, drenched in sweat and a splash of spilled wine, stared at the uprising as if watching his favorite binge-watch series go off script, realizing justice might be more fluid than the marble statutes suggested. The crowd's fury swelled, turning the forum into a swirling vortex of dust, shouted insults, and the occasional accidental slip on a stray fig's peel, a comedic slip that sent a senator tumbling like a cartoon character. Yet amid the pandemonium, a whisper traveled through the masses. Perhaps the law, like a badly edited Hollywood sequel, needed a rewrite. The red-cloaked rebels stood poised to overturn the verdict, their chants echoing like a rebellious remix of an ancient anthem, daring the empire to rewrite its own story. The first light cracked over the marble arches like a busted holo projector, flickering on in a dim Jedi temple. Lucius's blade had sung through the night, cutting the Red Cloak's rebellion short, and sending the conspirators sprinting into the dawn's cold mist. Now the forum's stone streets lay sprawled, damp with yesterday's blood, and the lingering scent of burnt oil from torches that refused to die. Vendors began unloading baskets of fresh figs, their sweet perfume battling the acrid tang of sweat and steel. A tentative peace curled like a cat on a marble bench, watching the city yawn awake. Selene, the moon-kissed informant, felt the weight of a new parchment, stamped amnesty, pressed into her palm. The scroll smelled of ink and rosemary, a fragrant reminder that even thieves could get a loyalty discount in Rome. She slipped through the crowd, her black cloak now less a veil of secrecy and more a fashionable statement. Think cloak of invisibility meets runway. The crowd's chatter rose, a chorus of grunts, haggling Latin, and the occasional stray dog yipping like a badly dubbed cartoon sidekick. Even the statues seemed to tilt their stone heads, half smirking at the irony of a spy being let out on parole. Decimus, the grizzled captain of the night watch, drew up a fresh roster on a slab of rough walnut, scribbling names with the vigor of a graffiti artist. He swapped out the old night owls for men and women who could read the stars and still spot a pickpocket without missing a beat, like a Roman version of the Ghostbusters, only with less proton packs and more gladius. The new patrols marched in synchronized steps, their sandals clacking against the cobblestones, echoing like a drumline in a stadium. Lanterns swung from their belts, casting amber halos that made the shadows dance, and the scent of roasted chestnuts drifted, masking the occasional whiff of damp garbage. Citizens nodded, half relieved, half amused, as they whispered that maybe this time the city's night would finally have a decent Wi-Fi signal for gossip. The marble pillars, ancient as the gossip columns of the Forum, stood mute, their polished faces slick with morning dew and the faint glaze of spilled wine. They watched in stoic silence as law and honor strutted across the plaza like a superhero team, caped, slightly overdramatic, but oddly reassuring. Irony dripped from the scene like melted wax from a candle. The same stones that once echoed the clatter of chariots now muffled the clink of coins for bribes. Yet, beneath their cold veneer, a faint hum of hope vibrated, as if the marble itself were humming a low-key theme from Game of Thrones. The one that plays when a kingdom finally finds a shaky peace. The air tasted of dust, incense, and a hint of victory, making the city feel like a freshly rebooted video game level. As the sun climbed higher, its rays splintered across the Forum's arches, turning the marble into a giant disco ball for the gods. Citizens sipped their wine, feeling the grit of yesterday's fights dissolve into the sweet fizz of triumph, while the night watch kept a watchful eye, like a Netflix series that never ends. The city's heartbeat slowed to a steady thrum, a rhythm that could survive another night of rumor-filled darkness. And somewhere, perhaps in a back alley tavern, a bard began humming a tune about law, honor, and the occasional mishap of a red cloak, reminding everyone that even in Rome's darkest alleys, the sunrise always finds a way to crash the party. As the moon slides over the 7 hills, the Via Latina transforms into a glittering carnival of shadowed stalls. Lanterns flicker like fireflies, casting amber halos over jars of olives, honeyed figs, and steaming porchetta. Merchants hawk their wares in gruff Latin, their voices rising over the clatter of cartwheels and the occasional stray goat. The air hums with the sizzling of grilled fish and the sweet perfume of lavender soap, an olfactory mixtape that would make a modern food vlogger weep with envy. Beneath the revelry, the ancient Cloaca Maxima, Rome's prideful sewer, groans like an overworked cat after a feast. Years of discarded amphora shards, broken sandals, and the occasional political pamphlet have turned its stone belly into a choking knot of sludge. At midnight, the clogged tunnel lets loose a sigh of putrid vapors that crawl up the cobblestones like a ghostly train. The smell is a potent cocktail of rotten figs, fermented fish guts, and a hint of something sulfuric that could make even a centurion's nostrils twitch. The market folk first notice the stink when a vendor's cheese wheel rolls off the stall, only to be snatched upward by an invisible hand of odor. A young baker coughs, his flour-dusty apron turning a shade of pale, as if he'd just seen a vampire. Did the gods forget us? Mutters an old wine cellar, while a street performer pretends to choke dramatically, earning a few coins and a laugh. The irony is thick. The city boasted aqueducts that could outflow a modern aquarium, yet its sewer refuses to flush itself. As the fumes thicken, some patrons feel a burning in their throats, like inhaling a dragon's sneeze after a pepper-filled banquet. A fisherman, eyes watering, swears he can see the ghost of Nero dancing in the mist, a reminder that Rome's past loves a good drama. The danger isn't just a prank. The stagnant water breeds disease, carrying microbes that could turn a night of merriment into a scene from The Walking Dead. Minus the zombie dance, but with plenty of coughing. Yet the Roman spirit is stubborn. They slap on sandal-made masks, shout, Veni, Vidi, Vomito, and keep buying garum-spiced kebabs. By dawn, the market empties, leaving behind a tapestry of tossed napkins, spilled wine, and the lingering echo of midnight's foul sigh. The Cloaca Maxima remains a stubborn beast, still gurgling, still threatening, a reminder that even an empire can't scrub away its own mess. Still, the city rolls on, its citizens armed with humor, oil lamps, and a healthy dose of what doesn't kill you makes a great story for the tavern. And so, under the rising sun, Roman's toast to another night survived, promising tomorrow's traders will bring extra rosemary to mask whatever the sewers decide to breathe out. Under the amber glow of oil lamps, Lucius the water clerk shuffled through the aqueduct tunnels, his sandals slapping against stone like a tired drumbeat. The air was thick with the sour stench of rotting figs, and something far less pleasant, sewage that had slipped its leash. He could hear the distant chatter of tavern-goers, their laughter bubbling up like a carefree stream that should have been pure. Yet each splash against the stone walls whispered a warning, a hiss of something gone terribly wrong. Lucius felt a chill, not from the night air, but from the thought that Rome's famed fountains might soon taste like a public restroom on a hot day. When Lucius peered into the main conduit, a dark, oily river roiled where crystal clear water should have danced. He saw, with a grimace, a mixture of black sludge and discarded amphory fragments, a scandalous cocktail that would make even a Roman poet cringe. The overflow had breached the sewage vault, spilling filth directly into the civic taps, a betrayal as shocking as discovering your favorite gladiator was actually a mime. He scribbled frantic notes on a wax tablet, his ink smeared by his own nervous sweat. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. The night crowd, sipping cheap wine beside the forum, were about to sip poison. Lucius sprinted toward the forum, his cloak flapping like a flag of emergency, shouting, "Stop! The water is poisoned." As if he were a Roman version of a superhero with a plunger for a sword, citizens paused mid-song, their faces turning the shade of a fresco gone to mold, eyes widening like they'd just seen a ghost of Nero's fiddle. A grizzled baker laughed. "What, Lucius? You think the gods need more drama? We've survived pestilence, war, and your mother's gossip." Yet the scent of rot clung to the crowd, and a few shuddered, clutching their goblets as if they were holding the last slice of pizza. The irony was palpable. A clerk, meant to keep the pipes clean, now became the town crier of catastrophe. Panic rippled through the night like a wave of disgruntled dolphins. Street vendors tossed their amphory of water into the sand, and a nervous senator swooped in, brandishing a wax seal like a medieval superhero's insignia. People swarmed the fountains, scooping up the murky liquid with their hands, then spitting it out with the gusto of a reality show contestant tasting something terrible. A group of youths, hearing the commotion, decided to film the chaos on a wax tablet, shouting live stream, as if they were the ancient equivalent of TikTok. The city's famed sanitation engineers, usually as invisible as a Roman sandal, finally emerged, muttering about budget cuts and the joys of bureaucracy. All the while, the night air carried the faint sound of a lyre playing a mournful tune, as if even the gods were rolling their eyes at human folly. By dawn, the streets smelled less of sewage and more of regret, and Lucius, exhausted, stood before a crowd that now listened with reverent silence. He warned that neglecting the aqueducts was as deadly as a Roman legion marching into a desert without water. Only this time, the desert was the very water they drank. A chuckle rose from an old legionnaire who muttered, "Next time we'll just order delivery from Atlantis." A jab at the mythic city that never needed pipes. The citizens swore an oath to overhaul the sanitation system, promising to keep the water as pure as a freshly minted coin. And as the sun rose over the city, the whisper of poisoned waters faded, leaving behind a lesson as sharp as a gladius. Even in an empire of marble, a single leak can turn a banquet into a biohazard. When night fell over Rome, the air tasted like sour wine and fear. The freshly minted plague, a feverish rumor that turned into a feverish corpse, slithered through the forum like a gossiping chariot. Mothers clutched infants, while street criers shouted warnings louder than a gladiator's roar, turning every alley into a stage of panic. Lantern light flickered over puddles that smelled of rot, and the city's usual hum was now a chorus of coughs and whispered curses. In that murky gloom, the very stones seemed to sigh, as if the empire itself were holding its breath. In the vaulted chambers beneath the city, the master engineers gathered around a table strewn with scrolls, their ink smudged like the grime coating the sewers. "We must clear the blockage," shouted Gaius, brandishing a plumb line as if it were a sword, while his colleague, Titus, muttered about the cost of fresh stone. The sewage tunnels, already a fetid maze of sludge and dead rats, threatened to erupt like an angry volcano of excrement. Their heated argument echoed off damp walls, mixing with the distant wail of a dying dog, creating a symphony that could make even the gods cringe. Yet each proposal sank deeper into the muck, as if the very pipes were swallowing their ambitions whole. Above ground, the Senate turned the crisis into a dramatized debate fit for the Colosseum, complete with grand gestures and theatrical sighs. Senator Lucius, whose toga was more ornate than his sense of urgency, whispered that the sewers were a matter for tomorrow's poets, while his rival, Marcia, hinted at bribing the grain supply to distract the masses. Behind marble columns, gossip spread faster than the disease, and every scroll left the hall smelling faintly of mildew and cheap perfume. The political gamesmanship delayed any real action, as if the engineers' plans were merely props in a tragic comedy. By the time the senators finally rose to vote, the night had grown thicker, and the city's drains had already started to bubble with a promise of doom. Down in the insulae, families huddled like sardines inside walls that sweat with humidity and the stench of stale urine. Children tried to laugh, but their giggles were choked by the sour odor rising from the open manhole, a smell that could make a stoic philosopher vomit. Mothers slapped damp cloths over their faces, while fathers hammered at leaky roofs, hoping to keep the rain from mixing with the foul broth below. The cramped rooms felt like a pressure cooker, the air thick enough to taste copper, and every creak of timber sounded like a death knell. In that claustrophobic theater, the plague became a silent actor, slipping through cracks and settling into throats with the sly grace of a cat burglar. As the night deepened, the streets resembled a scene from The Walking Dead, except the walkers were wrapped in togas and smelled like fermented olives. The sewage finally gave way, spewing a torrent of black sludge that surged like a rogue aquaman, drowning the already wilted hopes of the city's elite. In the chaos, a lone child shouted, "Mama, the Romans finally built a water park," a bitter joke that echoed off the walls of a crumbling empire. By dawn, the stench lingered like a bad perfume, and the once proud aqueducts stood silent, as if embarrassed by their own failure. And so, Rome learned that a city's greatest enemy isn't a barbarian invasion, but a clogged pipe that turns every dark street into a death trap, an irony as sharp as a senator's tongue. The sky over Rome turned a bruised violet, thunder growling like a disgruntled legionary on a night shift. Already, the city's sewer arteries choked with debris, and the occasional stray goat, a mess the magistrate called modern infrastructure, with the same gusto he gave his wine. As the wind howled, the market stalls on the Via Portunsis swayed, their awnings fluttering like cheap parchment in a bad movie set. Vendors shouted over the din, selling figs and fish that smelled like the Tiber after a week-long binge. Lucius, wiping rain from his brow, sensed the impending disaster before the first drop struck his sandals. When the rain finally slammed down, it wasn't a drizzle, but a torrent that rushed through the clogged culverts like a Roman chariot gone rogue. Filthy water, laced with sewage, rotted vegetables, and the occasional unfortunate rat, burst onto the cobbles, splashing so high it drenched the marble statues of gods who now looked horrified. The stench, half rotten cabbage, half ancient garbage, clogged the nostrils of everyone, forcing even the stoic centurions to gag. Market shoppers scrambled, slipping on slick arches as their wares floated away like tiny, soggy boats. Lucius felt the cold, oily waves slam his legs, a reminder that Roman engineering sometimes resembled a leaky bathtub rather than a marvel of empire. The flood turned the bustling market into a chaotic bathtub of commerce, with fish flopping about like badly animated CGI in a low-budget Netflix series. Merchants shouted in panicked Latin, their cries echoing off the stone walls as their priceless jars of olive oil bobbed like bobbing buoys. A young boy tried to rescue a sack of figs, only to be splashed with a torrent of sewage that smelled worse than a Roman bath after a Legion's marathon. The crowd's laughter, half terrified and half horrified, rose like a chorus of disgruntled spectators at a gladiator showdown gone soggy. Even the statues of victorious generals seemed to wince, their marble faces dripping with grim irony. Through the swirling mire, Lucius stalked toward the magistrate's office, his sandals squelching with every step, as if walking through a swamp of regret. He found the official, a pudgy man in a toga that stared down like a Roman version of a reality TV judge sipping wine from a cracked cup, completely oblivious to the chaos outside. "Senator, you ordered the sewers to be as empty as your promises," Lucius snapped, waving a dripping fish in his hand for dramatic effect. The magistrate chuckled, wiping his chin with the back of his hand, and replied, "Ah, the flood of death, a fine excuse to postpone taxes. Non." The irony hung heavy as the water kept rising, threatening to drown both the corrupt and the honest alike. When the waters finally receded, they left behind a tableau of ruined stalls, soggy scrolls, and the faint smell of defeat that lingered longer than any perfume. The market rebuilt itself, brick by brick, while the magistrate vanished like a Roman politician after an election loss, perhaps to a less sanitary office. Lucius stood amidst the muck, coughing out a spray of brine and sewage, yet he laughed, recalling the storm as the ultimate punchline of Rome's own comedy. He vowed to demand better sewers, because a city that can't keep its pipes clear is as doomed as a gladiator without a sword. And somewhere, a distant thunder clapped, reminding the empire that nature never pays its taxes. When the moon finally slipped behind the clouded sky, the cobblestones still reeked of rot and rat blood, a reminder that darkness in Rome was once a deadly gamble. Survivors gathered at the forum, their faces smeared with the grime of a night that had tried to swallow them whole. Voices rose like angry cicadas, chanting for change, while the stench of sewage clung to their clothes like an unwanted perfume. A baker's apprentice, clutching a half-eaten loaf, shouted that even the gods would want a better bathroom break. The air vibrated with the clatter of sandals and the low rumble of a city that refused to stay silent any longer. At the heart of the uproar stood Marcus Vibius, the former magistrate, whose beard smelled of old olives and worse, corruption. The crowd swarmed him like a Roman version of a flash mob, demanding his resignation with fists that trembled from fatigue, not fear. He tried to bark orders, but his voice was swallowed by the echo of angry shouts and the occasional clink of a dropped amphora. With a theatrical flick of his toga, the disgraced official was dragged onto the steps of the Senate, where the magistrates voted him out faster than a gladiator's chariot pulling away. The crowd cheered, and somewhere a stray goat bleated, as if approving the political drama. The next sunrise saw a legion of laborers, armed with scrub brushes and the determination of someone who just survived a night of toxic fumes, marching toward the clogged sewers. They descended into the underworld, lanterns casting ghostly shadows on walls slick with centuries of refuse, while the smell could have knocked a centurion unconscious. With each swing of a wooden paddle, they dislodged ancient pottery shards, rotten figs, and the occasional lost love letter, sending them up into the sunlit streets like unwanted souvenirs. The roar of the drainage tunnels gave way to a surprisingly rhythmic splash, like a Roman remix of a waterfall soundtrack. By midday, the tunnels ran clear, and the city inhaled a sigh of relief that smelled oddly like fresh rain on stone. In the Senate's newly refurbished chamber, a room now scented with rosemary and optimism, a band of reformers drafted the sanitation edict, a law that would have made a modern health inspector weep with joy. They mandated weekly sewer sweeps, installed stone basins with flowing water, and even introduced fines for anyone caught dumping a dead mouse into the gutters. Yes, even the local poet's dramatic flair had limits. The edict was posted on every marble wall, the ink still wet, and a witty footnote warned, "If you think this is a joke, try sleeping through a cholera outbreak." Citizens laughed, clapped, and whispered that perhaps Rome could now finally compete with the cleanliness of a spa in a Netflix binge watch. The humor was a thin veil over the serious promise that no one would ever have to gamble their life on a midnight stroll again. Months later, the nights in Rome felt softer, as if the city itself had taken a deep, fragrant breath. Lantern light flickered over streets that no longer dripped with foul water, but glistened with the occasional dew of a well-maintained aqueduct. Children chased fireflies without the dread of unseen toxins, their giggles echoing like a triumphant chorus in the forum. Even the old magistrate, now retired to a tiny garden villa, could be heard humming a tune reminiscent of a Roman pop song about clean pipes. The city, once a battlefield of grime, now resembled a stage set for a comedy where the villain Filth had finally been vanquished. The cobblestones of the Forum hum with the chatter of merchants as the sun slips behind the Aventine. Young Lucius wipes flour from his hands and leans over the stall, eyeing the flickering oil lamp that sputters like a nervous firefly. Across the way, the seasoned Baccharis Alia, whose apron bears more scorch marks than a battlefield, sighs and says, "Every night we gamble with flames, and the gods haven't sent us a fire brigade yet." Their voices mingle with the clatter of carts, a symphony of everyday survival. A subtle grin spreads across Lucius's face as he remembers his father's warning. If you can't fight fire, at least learn to bake it into a loaf. The narrow alleys snake through the city like a labyrinth of shadow, their wooden shutters sagging under the weight of soot and whispered gossip. Oil lamps cast trembling amber pools that dance on walls plastered with frescoes, while the scent of fresh bread battles the acrid tang of burnt pitch lingering from last night's mishap. Alia points to a wisp of smoke curling up from a neighbor's workshop, noting, "Even the smells here have a drama degree: smoke, sweat, and spilled wine." The air feels thick, like a stew left too long on the fire, making every breath a gamble. Somewhere a street vendor coughs, his throat a rasping reminder that the city's lungs are perpetually clogged with ash and ambition. In Rome, the idea of a fire brigade is as mythical as a centaur patrolling the Palatine Hill. Citizens rely on the goodwill of neighbors, who sprint with buckets of water the size of bathtub-sized amphorae, shouting, "Grab the nearest vase," while the flames devour timber faster than a gossip spreads through the Senate. Lucius laughs, saying, "We're basically playing a game of who's the fastest sloth. Except the sloth is a blaze that wants to eat our houses." The irony bites. The city that built roads to every corner of the empire can't organize a simple line of firefighters. The absence of an official force makes every night feel like a reality TV show titled Survivor. Roman edition. Except there's no prize, only ashes. Alia recalls the night a baker's apprentice tried to impress a client by flambeing his pastries, only to set the entire shop ablaze. It was like watching a tiny dragon from Game of Thrones try to roast a turkey and end up roasting the whole village. She chuckles, wiping ash from her cheek. The crowd gathered, half terrified, half thrilled, as they passed buckets like a medieval flash mob, shouting, "More water, less drama." Lucius adds, "At least we got free entertainment, though I'd trade a night of flame for a night of wine and a good opera." Their laughter rings against the walls, a nervous soundtrack to the crackling inferno that threatens to consume their modest dream of a perfect crust. When the last ember finally sputters out, a hush settles over the street, broken only by the distant clatter of a cart and the soft whimper of charred dough. The bakers stand amidst blackened pans, their faces smudged with soot, yet their eyes gleam with stubborn resolve. Alia places a hand on Lucius's shoulder and whispers, "Tomorrow we bake again, And maybe, just maybe, we'll invent a fireproof oven that would make Da Vinci jealous. The night's fire may have left scorch marks, but it also forged a camaraderie hotter than any furnace. In the darkness, the city learns that without heroes in helmets, it must become its own legend, one ember at a time. A shrill shout ripped through the morning market as flames leapt from the cracked wooden beams of a tavern beside the forum. The fire roared like a drunken gladiator, spitting orange tongues that curled into the marble columns and smoked the air with the scent of burnt fig and cheap wine. Lucius, the baker's son turned courier, ducked out from a nearby fruit stall, his hair singed and his sandals squeaking on the hot cobbles. Even the statues of stern gods seemed to twitch, as if they too were startled by the sudden inferno. Aelia, the sharp-tongued baker's daughter, with a habit of muttering opera arias, grabbed a bucket of water and sprinted toward the blaze, only to discover the bucket was as empty as a Senate promise. She hurled the half-filled pail at the fire, splashing a lukewarm drizzle that sputtered like a bad joke on a Roman comedy stage. Lucius barked orders, his voice cracking like a lyre out of tune, while the city's vigils, half-sleepy night watchmen, shuffled out of their barracks, clutching wooden poles that looked more like garden stakes than weapons. Their leader, a grizzled veteran named Gaius, muttered that they'd rather chase thieves than flames, which was ironic because the fire was already stealing homes. The vigils fumbled with their rudimentary tools. A few buckets, a cracked water pump that groaned like an overworked charioteer, and a handful of blankets that smelled of stale olive oil. They tried to beat the flames with wet cloaks, but the heat turned the fabric into a sticky, charred mess that stuck to their arms like a bad tattoo. As the flames licked the thatched roofs of adjacent houses, the crowd gathered, shouting accusations and offering the only useful advice: throw sand, as if the fire was a sandcastle and they could just crush it with a beach bucket. The city's lack of a proper fire brigade made the scene feel like a Roman version of a superhero movie where the heroes forgot their capes. Panic rippled through the narrow streets like a wave of disgruntled legionnaires, and mothers scooped up crying infants, their faces lit by the flickering orange glow that turned the cobblestones into a giant, angry pancake. The smell of burning timber fused with the acrid sting of ash, making even the stoic statues of Mars and Venus appear to sweat. Neighbors shouted for each other, some trying to form a human chain to pass water, while others fled, their togas flapping like scared chickens. The fire crept toward a wealthy patrician's domus, threatening marble frescoes and a prized collection of exotic birds that squawked in protest, adding a soundtrack of chaos to the night. When the last ember finally sputtered out, the surviving vigils stood panting, their faces streaked with soot and embarrassment, as if they'd just lost a gladiatorial bout to a kitchen fire. Lucius and Aelia surveyed the charred wreckage, noting how the city's ad hoc response had been as effective as trying to stop a runaway chariot with a wooden spoon. The crowd's murmurs turned to grumbling complaints about the need for a real firefighting corps, something akin to today's fire department, but with less drama than a Netflix series. In the smoky silence, the forum's marble arches seemed to whisper a tired, ironic lesson. Even in ancient Rome, you can't always rely on the gods when your own night watch is still figuring out how to wield a bucket. When the word of the uncontrolled blaze slithered through the marble corridors of the Curia, Senator Marcellus felt the heat of a crisis before his sandals even hit the marble floor. He stood before a half-full amphora of wine, swirling the dark liquid as if it might absorb the flames, and argued with his colleagues about whether Rome needed a dedicated fire brigade. His voice cracked like a cracked votive candle, insisting that a legion of trained bucket carriers could outmatch the fickle gods of fire. The Senate murmured, some snickering that the only thing Romans ever disciplined was a legion of scroll pushers, not a band of soot-soaked heroes. Yet the ember of an idea sparked in Marcellus' mind, bright enough to carve a new chapter in the empire's endless to-do list. Outside, the night sky turned a bruised amber as smoke rose like a lazy dragon, curling over the sleeping districts of Subura and the Forum. The air grew thick with the sour bite of burnt timber and the sweet rot of spilled wine, making the city's breath a choking, metallic sigh. Cats hissed and fled from rooftops, their green eyes reflecting flickering shadows that danced on cracked walls. Children tucked under threadbare blankets dreamed of heroic firemen, unaware that the only thing fighting back was the relentless whisper of ash against their shutters. Even the distant bells of the Temple of Vesta seemed to toll slower, as if the gods themselves were waiting for the smoke to clear before deciding whether to intervene. In the wake of the inferno, Lucia, a seamstress whose shop once smelled of fresh linen, stood amid charcoal-blackened ruins, clutching a singed tapestry that once bore her late husband's name. She wept not just for fabric, but for the quiet evenings spent humming lullabies while the hearth crackled, now replaced by a hollow echo of crumbling beams. Meanwhile, young Marcus, a legionary on leave, stared at the charred doorway of his family home, feeling the sting of loss like a fresh sword wound. He cursed the city's inability to douse flames faster, half joking that if Rome could build an empire, it could surely build a fire extinguisher the size of a chariot. Their grief hung heavy, a palpable fog that clung to the cobblestones longer than any smoke. Word of the blaze spread faster than a rumor about a new gladiator. Everyone whispered that a single spark could raise the empire's heart. Merchants on the forum's steps muttered that the city's grandeur was as fragile as a glass amphora left in the sun. And the idea of a professional fire brigade sounded like a plot twist from a Netflix series titled Rome, Burn Alert. The irony was thick. Rome, the city that tamed fire to forge bronze swords, now feared the very element that powered its forges. Citizens imagined bucket-carrying soldiers marching in perfect sync, chanting Veni, Vidi, Vici, but first extinguish. While the night air smelled of burnt cheese and desperation, the collective dread turned the flame into a symbol, a reminder that the empire's marble facade could crumble under a careless ember. As dawn bruised the horizon, the ruined streets glistened with dew mingling with ash, and Marcellus slipped a fresh scroll into his satchel, ink still wet with resolve. He promised the Senate a plan so organized that even the gods would need a manual to understand it. The city's murmurs turned from panic to a grudging admiration for the idea of a fire squad, a band of Romans who could swap their swords for hoses, if only for a night. In a final wink to the heavens, a street vendor shouted that the only thing hotter than the fire was the gossip about Marcellus' new brigade, proving that even tragedy can't silence Rome's love for a good story. And so the flames died, but the whisper of the flame lingered, ready to ignite the next chapter of civic ambition. The night air over the forum's grain market throbbed with the scent of wheat and spilled olive oil, a perfume that usually promised tomorrow's dinner. Lanterns flickered like fireflies trapped in glass, casting jittery shadows on stacked sacks that rose like the walls of a fortified citadel. Traders shouted their bargains in a chorus that sounded like a Roman chorus of cicadas, while distant drums of a distant gladiatorial bout muted the usual city hum. Suddenly, a plume of orange broke the darkness, licking the sky and stealing the stars' silence. The blaze erupted from a lone, overturned brazier, its flames devouring the wheat as greedily as a hungry legionnaire at a banquet. Crackling timbers sang a high-pitched scream, and the heat slapped the faces of onlookers like a disgruntled centurion's whip. Citizens scattered, dropping their sandals and spilling their wine, while the Senate's famed fire brigade, just a handful of overconfident apprentices, stood frozen, their bucket handles rusted from neglect. The smell of burning grain turned the air into a choking, sweet, smoky nightmare, and the distant sound of a dog howling seemed to mock the city's helplessness. Amid the chaos, Lucius, a blacksmith with arms as thick as his forge's anvil, grabbed a wooden bucket and shouted, "To the water, comrades." Aelia, whose quick wit was as sharp as her dagger, tossed a heavy woolen blanket over a flaming sack, smothering it with a sigh of relief that sounded like a sigh from a tired poet. Together they rallied a ragtag crew of market women, a few drunk soldiers, and a baker who claimed his dough could hold the fire like a good pizza crust. The bucket brigade formed a human chain, passing water with the rhythm of a marching cohort. Each splash a tiny battle cry against the inferno's roar. The fire surged like a barbarian horde, roaring louder than the Colosseum's crowds on a gladiator's death scene. And the volunteers found themselves ducking behind collapsing stalls, as if dodging spears. Lucius hauled a massive, charred beam and hurled it onto the flames, the crash echoing like a thundering chariot wheel. Aelia, drenched to the bone, slipped on a puddle of melted butter, barely catching herself before she fell into a heap of ash that smelled like burnt incense and regret. Their faces shone with sweat, soot, and a stubborn grin, like teenagers daring the gods to a midnight video game boss fight. While the night sky blazed brighter than a Roman sunrise on a festival day, when the final ember sputtered and the last bucket clanged empty, a stunned silence settled over the market, broken only by the soft clatter of fallen barley and the occasional cough of a soot-caked citizen. The volunteers, bruised and smelling faintly of charcoal, exchanged exhausted smiles that said, "We survived, and so will Rome." The Senate, finally alarmed, promised a new fire watch, but the people already knew that resilience ran deeper than any marble statute. Lucius and Aelia, shoulder to shoulder, walked away under a sky now painted with the faint pink of dawn, their hearts beating to the rhythm of a city that refuses to be burned out. When the last ember sputtered out, a damp, acrid fog clung to the ruined streets like a bad after-movie sequel. Smoke-blackened shutters rattled in the night wind, and the groans of charred timber formed a mournful chorus. Survivors, dust-caked and eyes stinging, stumbled over broken cobbles, counting missing rooftops with the same grim determination a grocery list gets when you're short on milk. Even the dogs, once proud guard dogs, now whined and sniffed at the ash as if it were an overcooked pizza crust. In that hushed aftermath, the city's heart beat slower, but it still thumped stubborn as a Roman legion marching through a sandstorm. Senator Marcellus, his toga stained with soot, rose like a drama king on the forum stage and proclaimed a new set of fire regulations. He promised that no more houses would become tinderboxes, and that every alley would have a legal "No flame" sign louder than a street vendor's shout. The irony was that the very laws meant to curb chaos were scribbled on parchment that smelled faintly of burnt wax, as if the gods themselves were snickering. He mandated that all citizens keep a bucket of water by the door, a rule that would have made a modern homeowner roll his eyes at the suggestion of just put a fire extinguisher in the kitchen. Yet the crowd cheered, because in Rome, a law was a party hat, and everybody loved a good hat. Next came the birth of the vigils, a permanent night watch crew that sounded suspiciously like the ancient version of Ghostbusters, only with fewer proton packs and more sandals. These men trained under lanterns that flickered like a cheap horror film, learning to swat flames with buckets, hooks, and the occasional shouted Latin insult. Their helmets were polished bronze, reflecting the orange glow of smoldering ruins, and their motto, "We'll put out your fire before your dinner burns," became a punchline in taverns. On patrol, they sang a marching chant that sounded oddly like a Roman rendition of a pop song, something akin to Don't Stop Believin', but with more Latin and less auto-tune. When a stray spark tried to rise again, the vigils swooped in, their shouts echoing off the walls like a sitcom laugh track. Amidst the ashes, Lucius and Aelia stood before the skeletal remains of their bakery, the scent of burnt flour still lingering like a bad memory. Undeterred, they lifted a cracked stone oven and set it back on its legs, coaxing it with the patience of a gamer waiting for a loading screen to finish. The dough they kneaded smelled of fresh wheat, sweet and hopeful, contrasting sharply with the lingering odor of smoke that clung to their clothes. With each loaf that rose, the duo whispered jokes about rise and shine, poking fun at the very night that tried to ruin their breakfasts. Their oven's first crackle of fire was a triumphant roar, as if the bakery were shouting, "I'm back, baby," to the indifferent heavens. By dawn, the city glittered with a strange new sheen, half ash, half gold, like the aftermath of a superhero battle where the hero left a trail of sparkle. Rome, bruised yet unbowed, inhaled the smoky perfume of rebirth, feeling as if a phoenix had taken a quick nap on the Palatine Hill. The vigils patrolled confidently, the Senate's regulations now etched into everyday chatter, and the bakery's warm bread scented the market stalls, reminding everyone that life, like a good focaccia, rises after being pressed. In a cheeky nod to legend, citizens began to call the vigils the original Avengers, because they saved the day without capes, just sandals and bucket brigades. And so, from the ashes emerged a city more determined than ever to guard its night against hidden fires, proving that Rome's spirit is as stubborn as a marble statue, refusing to crack. The sun scraped the rooftops of Rome as Lucius, newly widowed baker, hauled his wife and two restless kids up the cracked marble steps of an insula. The building squatted like a greasy cheese wedge between a tavern that sang of spilled wine and a shrine that drummed out prayers at dawn. Inside, the hallway yawned, a narrow canyon of dust and gossip, where every footstep echoed like a bad punchline at a circus. Lucius clutched his sack of flour, half expecting the gods to hand him a new home coupon, but the only welcome mat was a moth-eaten rug. He whispered a toast to Juno, hoping the cramped quarters wouldn't crush his spirit faster than a gladiator's helmet on a kitchen counter. The first tenant to greet them was Gaius, a boisterous pipe player who spat out jokes louder than his instrument could sing. "Welcome," he barked, balancing a basket of olives on his head, while a stray cat darted through the gap between rooms, tail flicking like a metronome. Lucius learned the insula's layout the hard way. A series of stairwells that spiraled like a DNA helix of misery, each landing peppered with laundry lines that smelled of sweat and cheap perfume. Upstairs, a family of barmaids clanged pots, their laughter bouncing off plaster walls that had seen more arguments than a reality TV reunion. By the time the sun slipped behind the Aventine, Lucius realized his new home was a living, breathing organism that thrummed louder than a T-Rex in a trailer park. As night fell, a damp chill seeped through the cracks, carrying with it the sour stench of stale urine and forgotten cheese. The communal latrine, a dark shaft that looked like a portal to the underworld, gurgled ominously, releasing bubbles that rose like ghostly soda fizz. Lucius spotted a thin film of grime clinging to the stone steps, sparkling under candlelight like 1,000 microscopic disco balls. A stray rat, plumper than a Roman senator, scurried across the threshold, dragging a thread of moldy bread that left a slick, green trail. He felt a shiver of irony. The very flower that fed the city now seemed poised to feed a plague, as if the gods had swapped his bakery for a pharmacy of doom. The next morning, a cough rattled through the hallway, sharp as a gladiator's sword, and the tenants whispered about the fever that stole the baker's wife. Lucius watched as Antia, the matron of the third floor, coughed into a handkerchief embroidered with tiny laurel leaves, the fabric saturated with a reddish hue that hinted at something more than dust. Children huddled in the doorway, their eyes wide, clutching figs, as if they were talismans against invisible enemies. The building's drafty vents seemed to sigh, exhaling a thin veil of mildew that clung to throats and made the air taste of rusted iron. Yet amid the dread, a teenage boy shouted, "It's just another day in the Empire. If you can't beat the bug, meme it." And the crowd chuckled, their humor a flimsy shield against the creeping sickness. By midday, the insula hummed with a chaotic symphony of clattering pots, coughing throats, and the distant bleat of a street vendor hawking honey-glazed figs. Lucius stood on the cracked balcony, feeling the weight of his family's hopes settle like dough in a warm oven, ready to rise despite the grime. He swore to the gods that he would bake bread strong enough to keep his kin from starving, even if the walls whispered of pestilence. The crowded dawn, with its mixture of laughter, smell, and the inevitable sting of disease, felt like an epic sitcom set in marble, absurd, relentless, and oddly hopeful. As the sun painted the skyline gold, Lucius cracked a grin, thinking, if life gives you a leaky roof, make a rooftop pizza. And the crowd erupted in cheers that echoed through the narrow corridors. The summer sun beats down on the insula like a relentless gladiator, turning the cramped stone lanes into a sauna for every rat and resident. In the narrow alleys, broken pottery and discarded food crusts form little mountains of waste that stink of sour cheese and rotting figs. Children chase each other over the piles, their sandals kicking up clouds of dust that taste of iron. Even the pigeons seem to wear tiny gas masks, their cooing drowned by the sour roar of stagnant water in the gutters. The air itself feels like a bad potion brewed by a mischievous god. At the far end of the block, the communal latrines groan under the weight of 1,000 bodies, their stone benches slick with a river of filth that refuses to drain. The latrine doors swing open and shut like a broken accordion, letting out a chorus of coughs that sound suspiciously like the opening theme of a Roman soap opera. A mysterious cough spreads faster than gossip about the emperor's new beard, turning healthy merchants into wheezing specters. The scent of ammonia mixes with sweet incense from a nearby shrine, creating a perfume no noble would ever wear. Everyone knows the cough is the price of sharing a single, overused sponge. Lucius, a lanky clerk with a penchant for clean socks, decides enough is enough and seeks out the insula's overseer, Gaius the Greedy, who lounges on a throne of discarded amphory. Gaius eyes Lucius like a cat eyeing a mouse, his scarred jaw twitching as he counts his coins, muttering about profits over propriety. Lucius attempts diplomacy, offering Gaius a slice of stale bread in exchange for a promise to fix the latrines. But the overseer only laughs, his chuckle echoing like a broken lyre. Their rivalry crackles like static on a Roman radio. If such a thing existed, each insult sharper than a barber's razor. Yet Lucius knows that to survive the cough, he must outwit the man who treats sanitation like a side quest in a video game. The next morning, Lucius sneaks to the communal well, hoping its waters are less toxic than the latrine sludge. He discovers a thin film of oil floating on the surface, shimmering like a spilled goblet of cheap wine. Determined, he rallies a group of disgruntled tenants, promising them a water upgrade that would make even Neptune jealous. Together, they pry open the ancient stone cover, only to find a clogged pipe choked with broken sandals and wilted herbs, proof that the insula's plumbing is a tangled spaghetti of neglect. Their desperate scrubbing sounds like a chorus of squeaky sandals. But slowly, the water begins to clear, turning a murky brown into a faint, bearable blue. Word of the cleaner water spreads faster than a rumor about Julius Caesar's secret love for pizza. And soon, even Gaius feels the pressure to act. He grudgingly funds a new drainage system, claiming it's for the glory of Rome, while secretly hoping the cough won't ruin his next banquet. The insula's alleys start to smell less like a dumpster fire and more like a fresh market, though the occasional whiff of old cheese still lingers as a reminder of past neglect. Lucius, now hailed as a hero, walks through the courtyard with his head held high, his socks surprisingly odor-free. As the sun sets, the stench of neglect fades, but the lesson remains. Even in ancient Rome, you can't hide a disease behind a marble facade. The narrow alleys of the insula choked with the smell of sweat and rot, as families huddled together like sardines in cracked clay jars. Feverish coughs rose from every doorway, turning the cramped courtyard into a chorus of rattling throats. Within days, the illness swelled into a full-blown epidemic, claiming the lives of the Marcii, the Livii, and even old Publius, whose beard had once rivaled Caesar's laurel. Mothers clutched empty cradles while the baker's ovens sputtered, their once sweet dough now scented with ash and despair. The city's clamor faded beneath a heavy, humid hush that seemed to seep into the stones themselves. Lucius, a wiry son of a cobbler, refused to accept the doom stamped on his doorstep. He enlisted Gaius, a physician whose spectacles were as cracked as the insula's walls, but whose mind glittered like a freshly minted denarius. Together they stalked the shadowed stairwells, cataloging coughs, rashes, and the unmistakable stench of mildew that clung to every beam. Gaius muttered, "It's not the gods, Lucius. It's the crowding that makes the air taste like a tavern after a night of wine and vomit." The pair began to suspect that the true assassin was the very architecture that squeezed them together. With a makeshift ledger fashioned from a discarded wax tablet, Lucius plotted each family's dwelling against the number of occupants. The map resembled a battlefield of dots, each one screaming too many. As roofs sagged under weight, he noted that the upper rooms, where the poorest slept, shared a single cracked window that let in scarcely a gust of fresh air. Ventilation is like Wi-Fi, Gaius joked. If the signal's weak, even the simplest things like life drop out. Their findings hammered home a brutal truth: the insula's suffocating design incubated disease faster than a gossiping maid spread scandal. News of the plague of the pact rippled through the neighborhood like a marble dropping in a glass amphora, shattering calm. Some neighbors turned on each other, accusing the newcomers of hoarding space, while others barricaded their doors, shouting, "Keep out, lest you bring the fever in." The street vendors shouted louder than ever, hawking miracle herbs that smelled more of goat dung than salvation. Even the local bard, who usually sang of triumphs, now crooned a lament that sounded suspiciously like a broken Spotify playlist of tragic ballads. Amid the chaos, Lucius tried to keep a straight face, reminding everyone that the only thing worse than the disease is a society that forgets how to share a breath. In the end, the magistrate ordered the cramped rooms to be cleared, forcing families onto the open forum where the wind could finally sweep away the stench of death. Gaius prescribed simple remedies: clean water, fresh herbs, and most importantly, space to breathe, turning the insula's nightmare into a lesson in urban design. The surviving families emerged like characters from a sitcom finale, bruised but oddly hopeful, swapping stories over wine that now tasted less like ash. Lucius, ever the reluctant hero, earned a modest bronze plaque that read "Citizen who noticed the air," which he displayed beside his mother's loom. And so the insula learned, perhaps too late, that crowding doesn't just make parties louder. It can also turn a neighborhood into a Netflix-style horror series, complete with plot twists no one asked for. When the night fell on the dank insula, the air tasted of stale wine, rotting cheese, and a hint of desperation. Tenants huddled on cracked plaster, their blankets tangled like a medieval version of a sock drawer explosion. Lucius, a wiry former legionary with a scar shaped like a lightning bolt, watched the coughs spread faster than gossip at a Senate banquet. The wooden beams above creaked, whispering of rot and the looming specter of plague. He knew that if they didn't act, the whole block would become a giant, smelly mausoleum for the city's poorest souls, gathering a ragtag squad of laundresses, bakers, and a graffiti-loving graffiti artist who thought the walls were his canvas. Lucius shouted, "Tonight we turn this tinderbox into a fireworks show." He painted the plan with the fervor of a Netflix drama, promising a blaze that would finally air-condition the cramped rooms with a rush of smoky wind. The tenants, half asleep and half puzzled, cheered, clapped, and some even started chanting a makeshift chorus that sounded suspiciously like a Roman-style boy band. With torches borrowed from the local tavern's hearth, they edged toward the rotting timbers, each step accompanied by the squish of mud-soaked sandals. The absurdity of their mission, setting fire to the very roof, that kept the rain out, made even the most stoic old man grin like a cat with a fresh fish. The first torch tipped, igniting a plume of dry, powdery rot that rose like a phoenix on a diet of decay. Sparks crackled, snapping like tiny drums, and the scent of burning pine mixed with the ever-present odor of human waste, an olfactory mash-up no perfume could ever replicate. Flames licked the ceiling, turning the low-ceilinged rooms into a flickering cinema of orange shadows, casting grotesque silhouettes of squinting faces. Tenants shouted, some in panic, others cheering, as the heat slapped their backs like an over-enthusiastic gladiator. The blaze roared, devouring the beams with a gusto that made even the gods above raise an eyebrow. Just as the inferno threatened to leap onto the adjacent alley, the city watch arrived, their armor clanking like a marching band that had missed rehearsals. Their faces were a mix of horror and bureaucratic annoyance, like when you realize you've ordered the wrong pizza toppings. They shouted orders, tried to douse the flames with buckets of water that splashed like a badly timed slapstick comedy, and tripped over stray laundry lines. Yet the fire refused to surrender, gnawing at the wooden skeleton with relentless appetite. The whole scene played out like a low-budget medieval version of a superhero movie, where the heroes are terrified tenants and the villain is a rotting roof. When the last ember sputtered, the insula stood half-charred, its skeleton smoking like a dragon after a midnight snack. The authorities, now covered in soot, declared an emergency, promising new apartments that wouldn't double as hamster cages. Lucius, coughing and wiping a smear of ash from his cheek, smiled wryly. He had just turned a public health crisis into a dramatic spectacle worthy of a Roman amphitheater. The surviving tenants, though shaking, felt a strange pride, as if they'd just survived a reality TV challenge set in antiquity. And so, the night of the burning became legend, whispered in taverns as the time when a crowd of cramped Romans set fire to their own misery, proving that sometimes you have to scorch the old to make way for the new. The last embers sputtered out as the night air still reeked of charred wood and stale wine. Citizens huddled on the cracked pavement, eyes wide as they watched the smoldering ruins of the insula that had been their cramped sanctuary. A chorus of coughing and clanking gutters rose from the alley, mixing with the distant clamor of soldiers marching home after the fire watch. Even the gods seemed to sigh, as if the little shrines perched on balconies had inhaled a breath of ash and exhaled relief. In that smoky silence, the mayor raised a battered wooden spoon, declaring the flames finally quashed, and the city could finally rebuild. By dawn, the city's masons swung hammers like drummers in a marching band, carving out corridors twice as wide as the old passageways that had once felt like a sardine can. Clay tiles replaced the cracked plaster, and fresh water channels were laid down, sloshing with a crisp, river-fresh scent that made the old damp mildew blush. The new latrines, painted a jaunty terracotta, whispered promises of less foul air, while stone benches invited tired feet to rest without fearing a surprise bout of cholera. Children scampered through the expanded hallways, their sandals clacking against the stone, as if testing a new level in a real-life Mario platformer. Even the fire brigade chief chuckled, noting that with these upgrades, the insula might finally pass a modern health inspection, if only Rome had such a thing. Lucius, whose cough rattled like an out-of-tune lute, stared at the rebuilt walls and felt the weight of every cramped night he'd survived. He recalled how bodies pressed together like figs in a basket, sharing not only stories, but the very same breath, a breeding ground for fevers that turned the insula into a floating plague ship. The scent of rot had once clung to the straw mattresses, now replaced by the clean aroma of olive oil lamps that burned without choking the occupants. With a wry grin, he told his fellow tenants that if you wanted a social network in ancient Rome, you'd need a virus, not a forum. Earning a nervous chuckle from the weary crowd, the lesson settled like dust on their shoulders. Space matters, and a little elbow room can keep the doctor's purse from swelling. The city's engineers, proud as gladiators after a victory, boasted that the insula's new layout could host a Game of Thrones banquet without anyone spilling wine on a neighbor's foot. Yet the irony lingered while the corridors widened. The gossip still flowed thick as honey, and the occasional viral rumor spread faster than any actual virus, leaving the elders to roll their eyes. A baker named Marcia joked that the fresh sewage system made the place smell like a spa day for centurions, prompting a chorus of groans that sounded like a bad chorus line in a Roman comedy. Even the local augur, with his feathered hat askew, claimed the stars approved of the new sanitation, though his crystal ball seemed to be fogged by the lingering smell of burnt cheese. In the soft glow of oil lamps, the tenants toasted with mugs of diluted wine, toasting to fewer colds and more room for dancing. May our future be as bright as a solar eclipse. As the sun painted the rebuilt insula in gold, Lucius stood on the balcony, feeling the gentle breeze sweep away the last whiff of ash. He whispered a promise to his grandchildren that no child would ever have to sleep under a roof that felt like a sardine can again. The newly widened streets echoed with the laughter of children chasing each other, their footsteps a drumbeat of renewal across stone. With each stone laid and each pipe cleared, the city stitched together a healthier tapestry, one that would make even the gods nod in approval. And so, under a sky as clear as a Roman marble statue, the insula ushered in a new dawn where space, sanitation, and a dash of good humor promised a brighter, less sniffly future for all Romans. When the sun slinks behind the 7 hills, the Aventine's cobblestones glow like a battered stage set for drama. The market stalls exhale stale fish and cheap wine, while shadows stretch like lazy cats eyeing the night. Lanterns flicker, casting trembling halos over alleyways where whispers turn into sharpened glances. In this amber twilight, 2 rival cliques emerge, ready to rewrite the block's graffiti with blood. The air crackles with anticipation, as if the gods themselves were tuning their lyres for a street-level symphony. Leading the lupus is Gaius Marcellus, a former legionary whose chest still rings with the echo of marching boots. He swaggered into the fray, wearing a bronze chestplate polished to a mirror shine, reflecting the moon like a low-budget superhero cape. His men, armed with rusted gladii and stolen pilums, bark orders louder than a Roman centurion's shout. Marcellus grins, flashing a scar that tells the tale of a battle against a barbarian bear, though some say it was just a bad haircut. He promises his crew a night of loot that would make even the Vestal virgins raise an eyebrow. Opposite him, the Vulps slink under the banner of Lucius, a former slave whose cleverness outshines his lack of a noble name. Lucius wears a patched tunic that smells of soot and cheap perfume, and his eyes glitter like polished onyx, always calculating the next move. He commands his followers with whispers that slip through the alleys like a feline burglar stealing cheese. With a smile as thin as a Roman coin, he boasts he can outmaneuver Marcellus faster than a chariot on the Circus Maximus. The Vulps carry knives hidden in wine skins, ready to slice through any overconfident thug who dares to step on their turf. The magistrates, perched in their marble offices, sip watered-down Mulsum and pretend the night's chaos is a distant rumor from Gaul. Their scrolls list petty complaints about potholes, not the looming clash of steel and sandal. One official sighs, if the streets get messy, the gods will just wash them away, as if a divine laundry service were on standby. Their indifference drips like rain on the Aventine's roofs, encouraging the gangs to treat the night as an unsupervised after-school special. Ironically, the very law that should restrain them is as useful as a broken aqueduct, pretty to look at, but ultimately useless as darkness swallows the hill. The Aventine erupts into a chorus of clangs, curses, and the occasional squeak of a stray goat escaping the melee. Blood stains the cobbles, mixing with spilled wine to create a crimson perfume that even the rats find intoxicating. Gaius swings his sword, his blade singing like a rock star shredding a solo, while Lucius darts through shadows, his knives flashing like laser swords in a low-budget sci-fi flick. The smell of burnt oil and sweat hangs heavy, and the distant hoot of an owl sounds suspiciously like a judge's gavel. By dawn, the streets lie quiet, littered with broken shields and broken dreams, while the magistrates awaken to a fresh report titled Neighborhood Nightlife. Not so peaceful, the night market sprawls like a beast of tangled stalls, its torches sputtering amber sighs against the humid air. Gaius stalks between piles of salted fish and overturned wine amphorae, his sandals scuffing wet cobblestones that smell of goat dung and spilled olive oil. He eyes the shadowed alcove where a rust-caked smith promises forged seals that can turn stolen loot into legitimate tribute. A stray cat darts past, its fur bristling from the distant clatter of swords and the occasional burst of a drunk's laughter. Somewhere beyond the lanterns, the distant hum of the Tiber reminds him that dawn will bring the Senate's gaze. The smith, a wiry man named Marcellus, greets Gaius with a grin as greasy as the pork cracklings sizzling on a nearby grill. He hammers a blank seal, each strike echoing like a drumbeat in a gladiator arena, while the scent of molten metal mingles with baked figs. Gaius leans in, whispering the price, and Marcellus replies, "For the right coin, even the gods can be fooled." A sudden gust blows the torches, sending a shower of sparks that dance like fireflies over the dirty faces of onlookers. Gaius pockets the sealed wax, feeling the weight of a future that smells faintly of triumph and blood. Across the market, Lucius crouches behind a stall of dyed wool, his eyes scanning the supply route that feeds the rival gangs' warehouses. He pulls a chipped knife from his boot, the blade humming with the promise of sabotage, and pockets a vial of fermented garum that can corrode iron like a mischievous spirit. With a wink at a street urchin selling cheap wine, Lucius mutters, "Time to make their wagons slip like a bad Wi-Fi connection." He scribbles a crude map on a parchment napkin, marking the hidden culvert where he'll unleash a flood of sewage. The crowd's chatter rises, a chorus of bartering voices that drown out his own heartbeat. Just as the night reaches its darkest shade, a cloaked augur steps into the flickering circle, his eyes gleaming like polished obsidian. He raises a trembling hand, his voice raspy from incense, and intones, "The gods frown upon this spilled blood. Mars will not bless a marketplace drenched in treachery." The crowd falls silent, the hum of barter turning into a shiver of unease as the augur's warning spreads like a bad rumor on social media. Gaius feels a cold knot tighten in his gut, while Lucius clenches his jaw, both men sensing that the divine verdict could turn their schemes to ash. A stray vulture circles overhead, cawing as if to mock the mortal folly below, with the augur's omen hanging over them like a busted chandelier. Each faction scrambles. Gaius fumbles the forged seal into a hidden pocket, hoping the paperwork will mask his scent from the patrolling vigils. Lucius, meanwhile, rigs a barrel of fermented fish to explode behind the rival's wagon, the stench promising a spectacle worthy of a Roman comedy. Their desperate maneuvers clash in a chaotic chorus of clanging metal, shouted curses, and the occasional laugh that echoes, "May the force be with you," from a nearby drunken legionary who thinks the empire is a giant sci-fi saga. Sparks fly, lanterns sputter, and the night market becomes a battlefield where humor meets horror in equal measure. As dawn's first light paints the sky pink, the survivors lick their wounds, realizing that in Rome, even a whisper can roar louder than a legion. The moon hung low over the Subura, casting crooked shadows that turned the narrow lanes into a labyrinth of whispers and rusted steel. Gaius men, cloaked in coarse wool, thought they could slip past the graffiti-splashed walls. But the silence shattered when a gang of bronze-eyed thugs sprung from the darkness. Swords sang, heads rolled, and the scent of blood mingled with the stale odor of spilled wine and rotting dumpsters. By the time the last lantern sputtered out, 5 of Gaius' loyal cut throats lay crumpled, their armor dented like a battered chariot. Even the rats seemed to pause, as if the alley itself had taken a breath. Behind the blood-splattered stones, a whisper slipped through the vaults. A sly informant named Marcellus, who wore a grin as crooked as a crooked road. He tipped his hat to Lucius, then slipped a sealed wax tablet into his palm, spilling secret roots and the names of Gaius' hidden caches. Lucius, whose eyebrows were forever furrowed like a Roman marble statue, read the betrayal with a sigh that sounded like a lamenting lyre. The revelation hit him harder than a catapult bolt, and he realized the ambush had been choreographed like a theater play, with Marcellus as the sneaky understudy, the irony. The Vulps, famed for their loyalty, had just turned into a Roman version of a reality show backstab. Lucius gathered his ragtag crew beneath the flickering sign of the Drunken Dolphin, where foam-capped ale flowed like the Tiber after a flood. With a roar louder than a legion's battle chant, they stormed the tavern, overturning tables and sending mugs crashing into the faces of unsuspecting patrons. The air filled with clattering shields, guttural curses, and the metallic tang of fresh wounds mixed with the sweet stink of fermented grapes. Even the bard tried to soften the melee with a lute, only to have his strings snapped like broken promises. By midnight, the drunken dolphin resembled a battlefield set for a Netflix binge watch of Gladiator meets The Walking Dead. Meanwhile, the city's night watch, clad in patched larica and nervous as a Roman hamster, hovered at the city gates, their lanterns sputtering like dying fireflies. Their commander, a blustery centurion named Flavius, kept hesitating, mumbling about rules, while the streets outside boiled with chaos. Every clang of steel echoed against the stone walls, and the distant shriek of a wounded horse cut through the night like a scream from a horror movie. The watch's indecision turned the cobblestones into a slippery stage for blood-soaked footwork, as if the city itself were playing a cruel game of red light, green light. Finally, a disgruntled guard tossed his torch aside, shouting, "Enough, let the Romans settle this themselves," as dawn threatened to paint the sky with a pale Caesar gold. The clash of blades grew louder, each strike raising the stakes higher than a chariot race at Circus Maximus. Gaius, now missing half his men, lunged forward with a ferocity that would make a gladiator blush, his sword humming like a lightsaber in a low-budget Roman sci-fi flick. The alley flooded with blood, the scent of iron mingling with the lingering smell of burnt incense from a nearby shrine, an olfactory reminder that even gods enjoyed a good fight. By the time the sun slipped over the rooftops, the suburb lay in ruin, its walls scarred, the surviving thieves nursing wounds and ego alike. And so, the city learned that betrayals in the night are as inevitable as pizza delivery on a Saturday, messy, fast, and leaving a lingering aftertaste. Midnight draped the forum in a silvery hush, and the marble arches glimmered like the back of a giant silver coin tossed into a fountain. From the shadows of the suburb, the Red Wolf pack slipped forward, their boots slick with the filth of the Tiber, brandishing stolen legionary swords that smelled of rust and pork fried market stalls. Opposite them, the blue vipers emerged from the Via Appia, clutching firebrands that hissed and sputtered, coughing up ash that smelled like burnt garum. The air thickened with the sour perfume of spilled wine, urine, and the impending blood, making even the pigeons squawk in protest. When the two gangs finally stood face to face beneath the stone columns, the night seemed to hold its breath, waiting for chaos to explode. A guttural war cry split the silence, and steel sang against steel like a chorus of angry lyres. The red wolves lunged, their swords flashing, while the blue vipers hurled firebrands that crackled, sending sparks dancing onto the marble like reluctant fireworks. Bodies collided in a mess of bruised ribs and splintered shields, and the smell of hot metal mixed with sweat and the unmistakable stink of a Roman latrine after a feast. A hulking thug named Brutus, whose beard was as tangled as a legionary's net bag, tripped over a discarded sandal and went down with a thud that echoed like a temple drum. Laughter erupted from a stray kid perched on a column, who shouted, "Even the gods are watching this street fight Netflix special." Amid the blood-soaked melee, Gaius the Crimson, leader of the Red Wolves, locked eyes with Lucius the Azure, the Blue Viper's charismatic chief. They circled each other, swords raised, firebrands flickering like the lights of a space station bar. Except this was first-century Rome, not Star Wars. Gaius feinted left, the blade singing against his own arm, then thrust right, forcing Lucius to parry with a clang that rattled the marble like a busted amphora. Sweat dripped into their eyes, mingling with the grime, and each strike sent a spray of coppery crimson that smelled of iron and cheap perfume. At last, Gaius slipped a firebrand under Lucius's shield, igniting his cloak and forcing a desperate, heroic dodge that left both men panting. The fire casting grotesque shadows on the ancient columns, hidden behind a crumbling portico. A clutch of senators peered out, their togas slick with midnight oil, and their faces as pale as marble busts left in the sun. Marcus Aurelius, no, not the philosopher king, just a senator named Marcus, clutched his scroll tighter than a cat clutching a mouse, muttering, "By the gods, this is worse than the plebeian riots of 63 BC. A nervous scribe whispered, "Should we call the Praetorian Guard, or just order more wine?" The senators exchanged horrified glances, the kind you see in movies when the hero realizes his haircut is terrible. Their horror was laced with irony, for they had spent years debating the moral decay of the city while it literally burned in front of them. When the smoke cleared, Gaius lay on the marble, his sword still warm, while Lucius, singed but alive, raised a trembling hand in a truce that felt like a ceasefire in a binge-watch marathon. The two gangs, bloodied and bruised, retreated into the night, muttering about new alliances and the price of a better blade, rumors that the underworld would now be run like a guild in a video game, complete with quests and loot. The Senate, still hidden, let out a collective sigh that sounded like the rustle of papyrus, then promptly debated whether to ban firebrands or just increase the tax on stolen swords. In the flickering torchlight, the forum seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its ancient stones soaking up the scent of charred garum and the lingering echo of clashing steel. And so, the night ended not with a quiet peace, but with the kind of messy, ironic resolution that would make even a modern sitcom writer raise an eyebrow and say, "Well, that escalated quickly." When the first pale light slipped over the Capitoline, the clatter of broken swords echoed like a drunken harp. Survivors of the night's chaos, scarred thieves with blood-stained cloaks, slumped onto the pavement, laying down weapons that smelled of rust and old urine. The magistrate, a stone-faced man named Publius, slammed a bronze tablet on the forum steps, declaring a curfew harsher than a Roman-style diet. He barked that any shadow beyond the city walls, after the bell struck, the 6th hour, would be met with the steel of the Praetorian Guard. The crowd inhaled the crisp dawn air, tinged with the sour perfume of spent incense and copper. Gaius, whose nickname, the Quick Hand, rivaled a modern-day pickpocket celebrity, felt the weight of exile settle on his shoulders like a slab of marble. The magistrate handed him a sealed scroll, its wax seal cracking like a pop song record needle, decreeing his banishment to the far-flung reaches of the empire, perhaps somewhere with better Wi-Fi for his sneaky antics. As Gaius trudged toward the city gates, the smell of baked figs turned bitter in his mouth, and the clopping of his sandals sounded like a funeral march for his former crew. He muttered a curse that could have been a line from a Shakespeare tragedy, though the only audience was a stray dog with a limp ear. The gates creaked shut behind him, sealing his fate with a sigh louder than a Roman Senate debate. Meanwhile, Lucius, who could charm a legionnaire out of his sword, with a single grin stood in the rubble of the Aventine, trying to stitch together a piece as fragile as a glass amphora. He offered the magistrate a chest of stolen silver, polished until it glittered like a Hollywood Oscar, as a token of goodwill, while the thieves' wives whispered prayers over boiled chickpeas. The magistrate, eyeing the silver, snorted a sound that reminded Lucius of an ancient Roman meme where a donkey laughed at the emperor. After a tense back and forth that could have been a reality TV negotiation, they settled on a temporary ceasefire, sealed with a handshake firmer than a gladiator's grip on his shield. Yet every nearby alley still drummed with the low growl of uneasy hearts, as if the city itself were holding its breath. By midday, the streets of Rome settled into an uneasy peace, the clamor of swords replaced by the chatter of market stalls, hawking garum-scented fish and roasted dormice. Sunlight bounced off the marble facades, painting shadows that danced like mischievous sprites across the forum. The distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer sounded like a lullaby to tired soldiers, while the occasional whiff of sweat and stale wine lingered like an old gossip. Children chased each other around broken barrels, their laughter cutting through the lingering tension like a blade through parchment. Yet, beneath the veneer of normalcy, a low hum of suspicion drummed, reminding everyone that the night's carnage had not truly fled. Soon, the saga of that bloody night turned into the kind of cautionary tale mothers whispered to newborns. Much like modern parents warn kids about the dark mode of the internet, old tavern keepers would recount Gaius's exile and Lucius's shaky truce over a tankard of ale, their voices low enough to make the shadows shiver. The tale spread like a viral meme, except instead of cats, it featured blood-soaked sandals and the bitter taste of regret. Future generations would cite the curfew as a reminder that even the mightiest empire could be brought to its knees by a handful of desperate thieves. And so, the memory of the night's carnage lingered in Rome's stone, a ghostly graffiti that warned any who dared to dance after sunset. As the sun tipped its tired head behind the Palatine, the shadows in the Colosseum lengthened like lazy cats. Veteran beast Master Lucius, with his weather-worn leather gauntlets, paced the outer ring, while Aurelia, the young scribe still smelling of ink and fresh parchment, followed his steady tread. Their lanterns sputtered amber light onto the cracked stone, casting flickering constellations of dust motes. Suddenly, a metallic clank echoed from the massive bronze doors, left ajar. They swung like a lazy hinge in the evening breeze. Both froze, realizing that the knight's gate, usually bolted tighter than a Roman accountant's ledger, was conspicuously open. A low, guttural growl rolled through the corridors, reverberating off the marble arches like a bass line in a club, only far more menacing. From the darkness emerged a pride of feral lions, their manets tangled with grime and the scent of stale triumph, eyes glinting like polished swords. One tiger-sized beast loped forward, its paws leaving muddy prints that smelled of iron and ancient grime. Lucius chuckled, a dry sound. Looks like these cats got the wrong memo. No hunting after hours. Didn't get delivered. Aurelia stifled a gasp, her quill poised, as if she could scribble the beasts into obedience. Just as the lions circled, a hulking bear lumbered in, its fur matted with dried blood from a previous contest, and its breath reeked of pine sap and disappointment. The creature snorted, shaking a paw that tossed a loose stone, which clattered across the arena like an overexcited marbles game. He's got the charisma of a Disney villain, Lucius muttered, watching the bear wrestle a broken chariot wheel with clumsy affection. The bear's growl reminded Aurelia of the soundtrack from the Jungle Book. Only the music was replaced by the screech of ancient steel. The air grew thick with the smell of sweat, dust, and the faint odor of midnight olives from nearby tavern vendors. Lucius sprang into action, brandishing his iron whip like a maestro, conducting a symphony of chaos. Snapping it toward the nearest lion, while shouting a warning in a tone that could rattle the Pantheon's columns. Aurelia, heart hammering like a Roman siege drum, darted to a marble column and began penciling frantic notes, her ink smudging as quickly as the beast's fur. She whispered, "If I can record their patterns, maybe the arena staff will finally lock the gates." Because apparently the Roman security system needs an upgrade to Windows 95. The lions hissed, the bear roared, and the stone floor vibrated under their fury, sending a shiver up Lucius's spine that felt like a cold draft from the underworld. Their teamwork turned the night into a frantic ballet, each movement a step away from being a tragic statue. When the final roar faded, the feral pack retreated into the labyrinthine backstage, leaving a trail of shredded banners and a lingering whiff of musk that clung to the night air like an unwelcome perfume. Lucius wiped his brow, chuckling. Well, that's one way to give the audience a wild encore, no applause required. Aurelia closed her notebook, her parchment now speckled with paw prints and a smear of bear drool. A souvenir she swore to never show her mentor. The gates, now trembling on their hinges, seemed to sigh under the weight of their own negligence, promising that other nocturnal prowlers might one day stage a sequel. As the first stars pierced the velvet sky, the Colosseum stood silent, its shadows still whispering, "Next time, lock the doors, or the bears will steal the show." Under a bruised purple sky, Lucius stalked the empty rows of the Colosseum, his sandals scuffing the dust like an old-school beatbox rhythm. He summoned a ragtag crew of beast-taming veterans and grizzled legionaries, each looking as eager as a cat faced with a cucumber. The arena's stale scent of sweat, tar, and stale figs clung to their nostrils, while distant lion roars echoed like a broken speaker at a rock concert. Lucius brandished a scroll-rolled map, his voice cracking louder than a gladiator's shout, and warned that tonight the walls might hear the beasts whisper back. The crowd of skeptics exchanged nervous glances, half expecting the stone to sprout paws. Aurelia, the archivist with ink-stained fingers, slipped into the subterranean catacombs beneath the arena, where ancient scrolls lay like dusty Spotify playlists. She unrolled a brittle vellum that crackled like fried parchment, revealing a warning that a cursed night would unleash the animals, turning them into uncaged avengers of the savannah. The text spoke of blood-red moons and beasts breaking free, a poetic flourish that sounded suspiciously like a bad Netflix thriller. Aurelia's eyes widened as she inhaled the musty perfume of old leather and dried blood, realizing the fate of Rome might hinge on a forgotten beast, Master's oath. She laughed bitterly, muttering that even the gods must have a sense of dark humor to script such a drama. Back in the arena's dim light, the assembled crew gathered around a flickering oil lamp that sputtered like an indecisive firefly. Lucius argued for sealing the gates, citing the odds of surviving a stampede as lower than winning a lottery ticket in a toga shop. Orlia countered with fire-spitting sarcasm, claiming that confronting the beasts would give them a story worth retelling at future banquets, especially if they survived to brag about. That one time we tangoed with a tiger at midnight. The soldiers cracked their helmets. The trainers flexed biceps slick with sweat. And the air grew thick with the metallic tang of fear and old pork roast leftovers. As the debate heated, a lone hyena's howl slipped through a cracked vent, reminding everyone that the arena already had a microphone, mic drop waiting. Finally, a compromise formed like a soggy piece of pita. They would rig a massive net of rawhide and vines, then lure the beasts with torches that smelled of burnt rosemary and desperation. The plan felt as chaotic as a Minecraft redstone contraption. Yet the crew set to work, hammering iron chains that rang like gong beats in a tavern brawl. When the first lion prowled out, its mane glimmered with dew, and its breath steamed like a dragon's exhale after a spicy kebab. The net snapped over the creature with a satisfying thud, sending a spray of sand and saliva across the stone. While a stunned soldier swore, he heard the beast mutter, "Not today, buddy." The arena trembled. The crowd's murmurs rose to a roar, and even the shadows seemed to gasp in relief, or perhaps just in disgust at the scent of raw animal musk. As the night wore on, the arena settled into an uneasy lull, the only soundtrack being the occasional clink of armor and the distant hoot of an owl that sounded suspiciously like a Disney sidekick. Lucius stood atop the sand, his cloak flapping like a cape on a superhero, and declared that they had tamed not just beasts, but their own jittery nerves. Orlia tucked the cursed scroll back into her satchel, joking that she'd add Beast Whisperer to her resume, right next to occasional Scribe of Doom. The soldiers laughed, their jokes ricocheting off marble columns, while a stray boar snorted nearby, clearly auditioning for a cameo in the next gladiatorial drama. In the end, the Colosseum glowed under the moon, its stones humming with the promise that tomorrow's spectacles would be less about survival and more about bragging rights, because nothing says Roman glory like surviving a midnight animal rave. Moonlight slithered through the broken arches like spilled silver, painting the sand with a ghostly glow. Our ragtag squad, tired legionary, cynical scholar, and a rookie who still believed the Colosseum was a giant pizza oven, crept toward the arena floor. The night air smelled of damp stone, old blood, and a lingering hint of roasted boar that made our stomachs growl in protest. With every step, the distant clang of a forgotten metal gate echoed, reminding us that this was no tourist night tour. Suddenly, a pack of wolves erupted from the shadows, their eyes twin lanterns of feral amber. They snarled, teeth flashing like busted teeth on a cartoon villain, and the ground trembled under their frantic paws. One wolf lunged, and I nearly tripped over a stray sandal that had somehow survived 3 centuries of blood sport. The scholar shouted a Latin curse that sounded suspiciously like a grocery list, buying us a few seconds of confusion. We scattered, clinging to the cold marble, while the wolves circled like a reality TV crew chasing drama. Just as we thought the night could get any wilder, a massive tiger loped into the arena, its stripes a living barcode of terror. The beast's breath steamed in the cool air, smelling of musk and the faint aroma of yesterday's gladiators, an olfactory punch line nobody wanted. Its paws left deep gouges in the sand, each imprint a reminder that even the Romans couldn't afford this kind of flooring. I slipped on a puddle of old entrails and nearly became an unintended snack, prompting the rookie to quip, "Well, that's one way to get a protein boost." The tiger's growl rolled across the arena like a bass drop at a Metallica concert, shaking our nerves and our helmets. Faced with the snarling wolves and the tiger's thunderous snarl, our team had to stitch together courage like a patchwork toga. The legionary barked orders. The scholar improvised a makeshift spear from a broken column fragment, and the rookie, still clutching his handheld GPS, tried to navigate using Google Maps, Ancient Rome edition. The wolves snarled in chorus, the tiger circled, and the sand churned into a sloppy mudslide that smelled like old cheese left out in the sun. We fought side by side, slipping, shouting, and accidentally stepping on a stray marble that produced a squeak louder than a medieval kazoo. In that chaotic ballet, we realized that unity isn't just a word on a marble plaque. It's the only thing that kept the night from swallowing us whole. Just when the last growl faded, a deafening roar ripped through the darkness, making the wolves scatter like teenagers hearing curfew. The sound came from the depths of the arena's undercroft, where a colossal predator, perhaps a bear with a PhD in intimidation, waited, its eyes glinting like twin headlights. The ground shuddered, dust rose like a curtain of smoke, and the scent of wet fur mixed with ancient ash, making my throat feel like a sandpaper-coated elevator shaft. We froze, our hearts drumming a war song that would make a Viking headbang, and the legionary whispered, "Time to rewrite the script, folks." With a collective breath, we stepped forward, ready to face the unseen monster. Because in the Colosseum at night, the real hunt is not just for beasts, but for the bravery that refuses to run away. The moon hung low over the ruined arches of the Colosseum, casting long shadows that made the stone walls look like the teeth of a giant beast. A dank breeze carried the sour stench of sweat, spilled wine, and the faint, metallic tang of blood that still clung to the sand. Tonight, the usual chorus of cheering Romans was replaced by uneasy whispers, for rumors of a midnight beast had seeped into every tavern. Lanterns flickered like fireflies, their sputtering light struggling against the darkness, where wolves and bears prowled the perimeter. Even the stone statues seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting for something wild to break the ancient silence. Legends spoke of a lion born on the cliffs of Crete, a creature so fierce that poets compared its roar to thunder on Olympus. Most dismissed it as a bedtime story for rowdy legionaries, but tonight the ground trembled with each heavy paw print that appeared in the sand. The audience gasped as the massive silhouette emerged, its golden mane shimmering like a mane of fire against the moonlit sky. The beast's eyes burned with an amber fire that seemed to scan each spectator, daring them to stare back. A few bold youths shouted Game of Thrones, a cheeky nod to a distant future show, only to be silenced by the lion's low, menacing growl. Lucius, the veteran gladiator with a scar shaped like a lightning bolt across his cheek, drew his gladius with a grin that hid a tremor of fear. He lunged forward, the blade flashing like a silver comet, and the lion swiped back, claws rending the sand as if it were paper. Sparks flew when steel met fur, and the crowd's roar turned into a cacophony of squeaky sandals and nervous chuckles. Someone even yelled, "Is this a crossover with the Lion King?" For a heartbeat, Lucius felt the weight of every Roman myth bearing down on his shoulders, his heartbeat thudding like a drum in a tavern brawl. Yet, even as his foot slipped in the blood-slicked arena, he caught a glint of ridiculous irony. He was fighting a creature that had been the punchline of tavern jokes for years. Meanwhile, Orlia, the priestess with ink-stained fingers from copying scrolls, stepped forward, clutching a bronze censer, heavy as a sack of olives. She whispered the ancient rite of Irene, peace to the wild, her voice weaving between the lion's growls like a lullaby for war horses. The incense erupted in a cloud of sweet myrrh and clove, the scent curling through the night and coaxing the beast's nostrils into a lazy sigh. As she sang, the lion's muscles softened, its feral eyes dimming to a curious flicker, as if it recognized a forgotten kinship. The audience, initially poised for a bloodbath, suddenly found themselves holding their breath at the absurd sight of a goddess dancing with a lion under a moon that looked like a giant cheese wheel. The arena settled into a tense standoff. The lion's massive head bowed, Lucius panting, sword lowered, and Orlia still chanting, her robes fluttering like flags of surrender. For a moment, time seemed to stretch like waiting for a Netflix buffer, until the beast let out a sigh that sounded oddly like a purr, then retreated into the shadows, leaving only its massive footprints behind. The crowd erupted in stunned applause, half amazed, half relieved that no one had to clean up a lion-sized mess of fur and blood. Lucius clapped Aurelia on the shoulder, muttering, "Next time, we just hire a cat sitter," while she laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As the torches dimmed and the night reclaimed the stone, the legend of the Cretan lion lived on, not as a monster, but as a midnight lesson that even the fiercest beasts can be tamed with a little incense and a lot of swagger. When the first amber fingers of dawn slipped over the Colosseum, the snarling shadows that had prowled the night slunk back into iron-capped cages. The sand, still damp with the musk of sweat and animal musk, clung to the soldiers' boots like a greasy blanket. Guardrails creaked as the night watch tightened their grips on rusted swords, the clang echoing like a catwalk soundtrack in a Roman nightclub. A gust of cool morning air carried the faint scent of roasted lamb, a reminder of the feast the beasts had missed. With a final, satisfied grunt, the gatekeeper slammed the heavy doors, sealing the beasts away as the sun painted the arches gold. The city council gathered under the newly bright sky, their togas fluttering like flags at a superhero convention. They swore on Jupiter's thunderbolt to rebuild the arena, gates thicker than a titan's biceps, iron rivets singing a chorus of no more nocturnal zoo run. Citizens cheered, clutching goblets of wine that smelled of oak and spilled hopes, while a street kid muttered that even the Romans needed a better security system than a Wi-Fi password. The architects, armed with chalk and a sketchbook, debated whether to add a moat full of piranhas, a nod to the ancient Roman love of extreme home improvement. Laughter rang out, ricocheting off the marble, as they imagined future invaders slipping on the slick, beast blood stained floors. At the center of the commotion stood Lucius, his armor scuffed, but his grin as bright as the sunrise. He had stood between the roaring lion hybrids and the terrified crowds, wielding a gladius like a maestro, conducting a symphony of chaos. The crowd hoisted him on shoulders, the weight of their gratitude pressing like a warm shawl of incense, and sweat against his chest. A laurel wreath, green as an Instagram filter, was placed upon his brow, and a stray pigeon dropped a breadcrumb on his shoulder, as if the gods themselves were delivering a tip. Lucius laughed, his voice booming over the arena, declaring, "If you think tonight was wild, wait till Julius rolls out his new VR gladiator game." Meanwhile, Aurelia, the ever-watchful scribe, perched on a marble step, quill dripping ink that smelled faintly of rosemary and desperation. She sketched the night's terror with frantic strokes, capturing the glint of fang-tipped eyes and the tremor of the crowd's breath. Her parchment became a living newspaper, the kind that would make today's tabloids blush, complete with a marginal doodle of a lion wearing a top hat, a cheeky nod to the circus posters of modern times. As the sun climbed, she whispered to the wind, "Let this ink be the alarm clock for future generations. Lest they forget the night the arena turned into a Jurassic Park audition." A stray sunbeam illuminated her notebook, making the ink sparkle like a superhero's cape. By noon, the Colosseum stood silent, its stone walls breathing out a sigh that smelled of stone dust and lingering fear. The newly reinforced gates gleamed, promising safety to a city that now regarded night as a mischievous prankster rather than a predator. Lucius, Orlia, and the council's vows intertwined like vines of laurels, ensuring that the memory of the beastly ballet would not rust away. Children gathered around the bronze statues, daring each other to shout roar, while the wind carried the faint echo of a lion's growl, now more myth than menace. And so, the dawn of a new guard was not just a sunrise, but a story etched in every cobblestone, ready to be retold whenever someone asks. What happened when the animals tried to steal the show? As the sun slipped behind the marble columns, a warm breath of summer clung to the forum, like a lingering perfume of sweat and incense. Young Augur Lucius, his toga dusted with the dust of countless omens, paced between the statue of Mars and a street vendor hawking honeyed figs. Beside him, Vestal Virgin Aelia balanced a silver censer that puffed clouds of rosemary smoke, her eyes flickering like candle flames at every whispered footstep. The crowd's murmurs swelled into a chorus of gossip, each voice a ripple that promised something forbidden beneath the waning sky. In that amber twilight, the city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the night to unveil the shadows that even the gods frowned upon. By the time the forum lights dimmed, rumors had coalesced around a name. The Luna's Veil, a clandestine rite performed when the moon draped its silver shroud over the rooftops. Superstition swirled like stale wine. Old women claimed that those who stepped into the veil emerged with eyes as black as the Styx, while the bold swore the shadows themselves could bite. The scent of burnt sage mixed with the sour tang of stale urine from a nearby latrine, reminding everyone that Rome's grandeur was still built on filth. Lucius felt his augury bones tingle, a prickle that said danger. Yet his curiosity gnawed louder than a hungry wolf. Aelia, ever the keeper of flame, whispered that even the vestal hearth seemed dimmer when the moon rose, an omen she could not ignore. Ignoring the warning signs, the duo slipped through narrow alleys, their sandals slapping against stone like a bad soundtrack to a Roman thriller. They arrived at a courtyard where cloaked figures circled a stone altar, chanting in a language that sounded oddly like a rap battle between Mercury and a disgruntled poet. Lucius tried to read the omens, but the only sign he could see was a stray mouse darting across the blood-stained mat, making Aelia gasp, and then laugh at the absurdity. The situation felt as ironic as a gladiator trying to order a latte. The ancient and the modern colliding under the same moonlit sky. The leader of the right raised a blade smeared with oily fish guts, its edge catching the moonlight and flashing like a Jedi's lightsaber, but much more greasy. As the blade plunged into a sacrificial goat, a horrid scream rose, a mixture of animal terror and the metallic clang of a distant catapult. Shadows spilled from the altar, crawling like ink across the cobblestones, and the crowd began to chant a mantra that promised power to those who dared drink the night's darkness. Lucius felt an invisible hand clutch his heart, while Aelia's flame flickered wildly, threatening to be snuffed out by the very ritual she vowed to protect. In that moment, the city's moral order trembled, as if Rome itself might collapse under the weight of a superstitious secret gone wildly, dangerously public. With a sudden snap, Aelia hurled her censer into the altar, scattering ash that choked the chanting cultists like a sudden snowstorm in July. The fire erupted, roaring louder than a Roman politician's bragging, and the veil of moonlight tore open, exposing the terrified faces of the participants. Lucius seized the chaos, shouting a warning that echoed off the forum's marble walls, forcing the priests to scatter like cats after a dog's bark. By dawn, the city buzzed with gossip about the night's glow up, and the Vestal scandal became a favorite tavern tale, complete with exaggerations that would make even Homer blush. Yet beneath the jokes, a lingering scent of burnt rosemary reminded every citizen that even in a world of jokes, the night's shadows still held a dangerous bite, and the forum would never look quite the same. Lucius slipped the tarnished lead tablet into his palm, its Latin scribbles rattling like a nervous hamster in a cage. Beside him, Aelia adjusted the strap of her satchel, snickering that the gods must have misplaced their GPS if they wanted to hide a stairwell beneath the Palatine. The sun hung low, painting the marble forum gold, while a chill crept down their spines, an omen or just the urban heat stroke. They followed the cryptic clues, each footstep echoing against the cobblestones like a metronome set to suspense. The city's whispers seemed to urge them onward, as if the very stones were gossiping about their daring adventure. The hidden portal yawned open like a maw of a forgotten beast, releasing a waft of damp earth mixed with the metallic tang of old blood. Alia's torch sputtered, casting jittery shadows that danced like nervous teenagers at a Roman toga party. The walls, slick with centuries of mildew, bore frescoes of nocturnal deities whose eyes glowed amber in the flickering light. Their boots splashed through shallow pools of ichor that smelled like rusted copper and fear, while distant drips kept a steady beat, like nature's own percussion section. Even the rats seemed to hold their breath, as if they'd seen too many midnight rituals to cheer on another. Deep in the belly of the catacombs, a circle of cloaked figures swayed, chanting Knox's name with a fervor that would make a heavy metal vocalist blush. Their voices rose and fell, a choir of graveyard whispers that tickled the ears like a mischievous wind chime. Blood-soaked goblets clinked against stone, spilling dark ruby onto the floor, turning the air into a perfume of iron and incense. Lucius felt a shiver crawl up his spine, the kind you get when you realize you've stumbled onto a secret episode of Game of Thrones, but with fewer dragons and more sacrificial goats. Alia's eyes narrowed, half amused, half horrified, as she whispered that they'd accidentally become extras in a Roman horror flick. The duo exchanged glances that said, "Do we run, or do we join the midnight karaoke?" Lucius tugged at his toga, remembering his mother's warning about meddling with night gods and their notorious temper, like a diva who refuses to leave the stage after a bad review. Alia, ever the pragmatist, considered the political payoff. Expose the cult and earn a commendation, or stay silent and enjoy the backstage pass to dark power. The irony wasn't lost on them that the same superstitions that kept citizens from walking home after sunset now propelled them into a real-life horror narrative. Their pulse hammered like a drumline at a stadium, each beat a reminder that choices in ancient Rome could be as unforgiving as a gladiator's sword. Yet somewhere deep inside, a mischievous spark teased the idea that perhaps a little darkness could make a great story for the annals. In the end, Lucius lifted the torch higher, casting its light onto the altar, and shouting a warning that reverberated off the stone like a stadium announcer calling out a foul. The cultists froze, their chant stuttering as if they'd just been hit by a surprise plot twist. Alia seized a goblet, swinging it toward the stone statues of Nox, splashing blood onto the deity's stone eyes, an ironic nod to modern memes about blowing something up for dramatic effect. The cavern trembled, dust raining down like confetti at a Roman celebration of triumph, while the whispered prayers of the night god turned to a sigh of defeat. Emerging into the early dawn, the pair laughed, realizing they'd just turned a superstitious nightmare into a legend fit for both the Senate and a binge watchable streaming series. A black owl swooped onto the marble steps of the Senate, its feathers as glossy as oil-slicked armor, and its eyes glinting like the dead stars of a ruined constellation. The murmurs of senators turned into shrieks, the crowd's panic rattling like a chariot's wheels on cobblestones. Women clutched their shawls, smelling the metallic tang of sweat and the faint perfume of incense that lingered from the morning's rites. The omen spread faster than a rumor about a new tavern's secret ale, and even the city's pigeons seemed to stare, as if judging the spectacle. In the shadows, a street vendor shouted, "Omens, omen," as though he were hawking cheap tickets to a spectacle he could not understand. Lucius paced the forum, his sandals scuffing the dust, while his mind churned like a Roman baker's dough. He doubted the owl's meaning, wondering if the cult's whispered chants were merely drunken gossip amplified by superstitious ears. The cultists, cloaked in midnight blue, unfurled scrolls that smelled of mildew and burnt herbs, preparing rituals that seemed straight out of a horror video game cheat code. The clang of metal bracelets and the hiss of torches made his heart thump like a drum in a gladiator arena. He muttered to himself, "If this is a curse, I hope it comes with a refund policy," trying to mask his unease with sarcasm. Our heroes, Kalia, a sharp-tongued market seller, and Gaius, a retired legionary with a scar shaped like a Roman numeral, stood at the edge of the gathering, feeling the night's chill wrap around them like a cheap toga. They could hear the cult's low chant vibrating through the stone, a sound that tasted of sour wine and stale sweat. Kalia's eyes flickered with the light of a few trembling oil lamps, and she whispered, "We'll need more than luck. We'll need a good Wi-Fi signal from the gods to hack this curse." Gaius cracked his seasoned jaw, the sound echoing like a war horn, and declared they would confront the ritual head-on, even if it meant wrestling a mythic bird that probably just wanted a snack. Their resolve crackled louder than the torches, setting the stage for a showdown that would make even the gods raise an eyebrow. As darkness deepened, the city's alleys filled with the smell of damp stone and the distant clatter of carts returning from the market, while the cult's drums beat like a restless heart. The black owl, perched like a grim herald, seemed to absorb every flicker of light, turning the Senate steps into a stage for a macabre drama. Citizens whispered about the night of the feathered doom, a phrase that spread faster than a gossip about a senator's love life. The ritual grew louder, the chants rising to a fever pitch that made the marble vibrate, and the air grew thick with incense that tasted like burnt rosemary and fear. Lucius, now standing between his doubts and the cult's fire, felt the weight of Rome's superstitions pressing on his shoulders like a legionary's armor. When the final incantation rose, the owl let out a hoot that echoed like a meme-filled laugh from the gods, startling even the most stoic statues. Kalia lunged forward, slapping a ceremonial dagger onto the altar with a flourish that would make a Broadway star jealous, while Gaius shouted a battle cry that sounded suspiciously like a line from an ancient blockbuster film. The darkness seemed to recoil, the scent of burnt herbs turning into a sudden breeze that carried the faint aroma of fresh bread, as if the city itself was exhaling. In the aftermath, the owl fluttered away, leaving only a single feather that fell into Lucius's palm, warm as a freshly minted denarius. With a wry grin, Lucius declared, "Well, that's one way to kill a nightmare, turn it into a souvenir." As the crowd erupted in relieved laughter, the superstition finally losing its grip on Rome. The moon hung like a cheap spotlight over the Palatine, casting long shadows on the cobblestones where the midnight cult gathered. Flames from the sacred oil lamp flickered, their orange tongues licking the stone, as priests muttered verses louder than a teenage karaoke bar. Lucius stood at the edge, his sandals scuffed, feeling the damp chill of the Tiber seep into his bones. Aelia, clutching a bundle of rosemary, tried not to inhale the acrid smell of burnt incense that smelled like a failed barbecue. Even the city's stray dogs seemed to sense something off, howling as if they'd heard the latest scandal on the Senate's gossip scroll. The moment the priest raised the lamp, a sudden crack split the night, and the glass shattered like a broken smartphone screen on the forum floor. A torrent of oil erupted, pouring down the marble in a sizzling cascade that hissed louder than a Roman chariot's wheels on cobbles. Flames jumped, leaping like caffeinated squirrels, turning the ritual circle into a living fireworks show. Smoke choked the air, filling nostrils with a greasy perfume that made even the most hardened legionary gag. Cultists froze, eyes wide as if they'd just seen a gladiator selfie go viral, their chants turning into panicked shrieks. Lucius lunged forward, slamming a bronze bowl over the biggest blaze, the clang echoing like a drummer in a modern rock concert. Aelia scrambled to douse smaller fires with her rosemary, the herb steam puffing out like a cheap vaporizer, briefly masking the smell of burnt oil. The priest, reluctant as a cat near a bathtub, whispered a counter-curse, his voice trembling like a Wi-Fi signal in a bathhouse. Around them, frenzied cultists thrashed, their robes catching fire and flapping like embarrassed pigeons. One zealot tried to leap over a burning altar, only to land in a puddle of molten wax that smelled like a candle factory after a spill. The trio fought fire and superstition simultaneously, swinging wet cloaks like medieval flamethrowers turned upside down. Lucius's muscles burned hotter than the oil, his palms slick with sweat. Yet he kept shouting, "Stop the sacrifice before Rome becomes a Netflix horror series." Aelia, cheeks smudged with ash, chanted an old lullaby to calm the terrified crowd, the melody rising above the crackle like a siren in a traffic jam. The priest, finally finding his courage, hurled a vial of holy water that sizzled on contact, spraying a spray of steam that smelled faintly of lavender and regret. Cultists, dazzled by the unexpected splash, dropped their knives, their eyes darting between flames and the looming darkness, like teenagers spotting a solar eclipse. As the night stretched, the flames dwindled to amber embers, casting a ghostly glow that made the Senate walls look like they'd been filtered through a sepia Instagram filter. Lucius, bruised and smelling like a burnt kitchen, clapped the priest on the back, whispering, "Next time, let's just light some candles and skip the apocalypse." Aelia laughed, wiping soot from her eyebrows, noting that Rome had survived worse than a broken lamp, like when Nero tried to play the lyre during a fire. The remaining cultists shuffled away, muttering about omens, while the city's night watch arrived, blinking as if they'd just stepped out of a VR game. In the quiet that followed, the darkness receded, leaving Rome's streets smelling of smoke, rosemary, and the faint promise that superstition, like a bad sequel, can be beaten if you have a good crew and a sturdy bowl. The first amber rays of dawn cut through the lingering haze of ash, turning the forum into a ghostly stage. Smoke still clung to marble pillars like an old beard that wouldn't quit, and the clatter of sandals echoed as the surviving cult members were escorted to the Senate House. Their faces were smeared with nighttime grime, eyes darting like hunted hares, while the senators stared with a mixture of disgust and curiosity. A low murmur rose among the crowd, like a chorus of crickets at a midnight rave, as the magistrates prepared to interrogate the remnants of a forbidden rite. In that tense silence, the city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the sunrise to judge the darkness. When the Senate finally rose, the marble benches creaked under the weight of new legislation, and the speaker banged his gavel like a drumbeat in a war movie. He announced a series of decrees aimed at banishing the most reckless nocturnal rituals. No more blood moon sacrifices on rooftops. No more chanting to the moon while inhaling the stench of burnt resin. The senators chanted ration, reason, as if it were a battle cry, and the crowd cheered, half in relief, half in the nervous giggle of children who'd just been told to stop playing with fire. The new laws were posted on stone tablets, each etched with warnings about curses, rats, and the occasional haunted goat. Even the city's official baker, notorious for his night shift dough, smiled, knowing he could finally keep the ovens lit fearing divine retribution. Lucius, still trembling from the night's ordeal, stared at the fresh edicts with a mix of awe and embarrassment, as if he'd just been caught dancing in his mother's kitchen with a butter knife. Beside him, Aelia brushed ash from her shoulders, her eyes flashing a fierce amber that reminded everyone of the embers they'd once tried to summon. Together, they recounted their narrow escape. How a stray cat had knocked over a ceremonial chalice, spilling holy oil onto a sacred scroll, causing a cascade of chaos that could have rivaled any Netflix disaster flick. Their tales spread through the market stalls like gossip, serving as a cautionary story whispered over wine and olives. By the end, both emerged wiser, their names now linked to a moral lesson rather than a midnight horror show. The Senate's new restraint did not erase the city's love for tradition. Instead, it wrapped ancient customs in a sensible cardigan, keeping the warmth without the itchy wool of superstition. Citizens chuckled about the irony of forbidding night rituals, while still lighting lanterns to honor the gods. After all, who could resist a good glow in the dark festival? The elders, who once whispered to the moon like teenage poets to a crush, now offered measured prayers that sounded less like a horror soundtrack and more like a well-tuned choir. Even the street musician with a lyre cracked a joke about cancel culture before the gods, proving that humor survived the crackdown. In this delicate dance between reverence and reason, Rome found a new rhythm, one that let people enjoy a midnight snack without fearing a cursed aftertaste. As the sun climbed higher, casting golden spears on the cobblestones, the city exhaled a collective sigh of relief, smelling faintly of roasted chestnuts and triumph. Lucius and Aelia walked side by side, their sandals kicking up dust that glittered like tiny fireworks, their story now a staple at tavern tables. Children mimicked the old chants with squeaky voices, but stopped short of summoning anything that might actually bite back. The Senate's scrolls were rolled up, stored in the same vaults that kept Rome's jokes about the gods, because even the most serious decrees need a good punchline. And somewhere, in a dim corner of the forum, a lone cat purred, apparently satisfied that no more chalices would be toppled in its watchful night. The sun blazes over the piers of Ostia, turning the marble market stalls into a sizzling griddle. Gaius the baker hammers dough with the vigor of a legionary, his apron stained like a battlefield banner. He summons his right-hand cook, Marius, a weathered veteran who can roast a boar faster than a chariot can gallop. At his side, young Lucilla, fresh from apprenticeship, watches the flames like a curious cat. Meanwhile, the wealthy patron Tiberius arrives, his toga glittering like a newly minted coin, demanding a feast fit for the Senate. Behind the bustling stalls, a dank cellar houses the fish the banquet will feature, and the smell is a punch of brine and rot that could wake a dead gladiator. The fish, left unattended for days, sweat in the humid darkness, their scales turning a sickly green as if painted by a novice artist. Gaius shouts for more olives, oblivious to the creeping slime that clings to the wooden barrels. The wine, stored in cracked amphorae, drips a sour, vinegary perfume that whispers of forgotten harvests. Even the rats seem to pause, sniffing the air before scurrying away in disgust. Marius begins to fillet the fish, his knife flashing like a Roman gladius, while Lucilla clumsily slices a carrot, sending shards scattering like stray arrows. The sizzling pan releases a perfume of smoked sardines that fights valiantly against the cellar's foul odor. A culinary tug of war, worthy of a drama on the Colosseum floor. The wine is decanted with a flourish, its deep ruby color catching the light like a bloodied cape. Gaius chuckles, comparing the feast to a modern movie marathon, and jokes that the only thing missing is a streaming service for ancient feasts. The audience of cooks and apprentices share a laugh, unaware that the real villain is invisible, fermenting in the shadows. The banquet hall fills with the clatter of silverware and the murmur of gossip as Tiberius raises his cup, toasting to prosperity and good health. Guests dive into the fish, their forks diving like spears into a watery battlefield, while the wine flows like a river of honeyed ambrosia. A few guests cough, their throats tingling as if a tiny legion of microbes have taken up residence. Lucilla feels a strange heat rise in her cheeks, a silent alarm that the feast has turned traitor. Marius, ever the stoic, jokes that the dish must be extra seasoned, while secretly clutching his stomach. By sunset, the hall resembles a war zone of groaning patrons and overturned platters. The once celebrated banquet, now a comedy of errors. Tiberius, his face pale as a marble statue, whispers that his gut feels like a chariot wheel stuck in mud. Gaius, red-faced and bewildered, swears he never saw the fish look so lively before they turned on him. Lucilla learns a hard lesson. A badly stored fish can turn a gourmet feast into a scene from a horror flick, complete with dramatic sighs and frantic trips to the latrine. The story spreads through Ostia like gossip about a new meme, reminding everyone that even in ancient Rome, food poisoning was the ultimate plot twist. The apprentice, Marcus, slipped down the narrow stone steps into a cellar that smelled like a Roman sauna gone rogue. Sunlight filtered through a cracked oculus, turning the cobwebs into tiny golden curtains. He whistled a low tune as dust swirled around discarded amphorae, each echoing the clink of forgotten feasts. Overhead, a rusty wooden beam groaned like a tired gladiator, reminding him that this place had been ignored for ages. He felt an uneasy prickle, as if the walls themselves were whispering, "Hey, you really shouldn't be here." At the far end, a barrel of salted garum perched next to a cracked clay pot of leftover porridge, both sweating under the summer heat. The garum, a dark amber slime, frothed with a stench that could outmatch a legion's foot odor after a march through the desert. The porridge, once warm, now sat like a soggy sponge, its surface mottled with greenish mold that winked like tiny Roman graffiti. Flies performed a slapstick aerial ballet around the two, buzzing in a chorus that sounded suspiciously like a bad karaoke rendition of Stuck in the Middle with You. The heat turned the whole scene into a bubbling cauldron of decay, ready to launch a culinary apocalypse. When Marcus shouted his warning, the cook Gaius waved a wooden ladle as if it were a magic wand. "Hush, boy," he barked. "The guests will eat what the gods send, and we shall not be pestered by a rookie's sniffles." He slathered a fresh slab of pork on a spit, the sizzle louder than a chariot's wheels on cobblestones, ignoring the sour perfume wafting from the cellar. Gaius laughed, likening the stench to the perfume of a centurion's sandals after a night in the forum, and tossed a wink at the apprentice. The irony was thicker than the garum, and the kitchen rang with the clatter of knives, while the danger simmered unseen. Soon the triclinium filled with eager patricians, their robes rustling like silk flags in a gentle breeze. The servitors carried platters of garum, glazed fish, and porridge, topped with figs, unaware that each bite carried a covert army of bacteria. Within minutes, the guests' faces twisted from delight to horror, as their throats burned hotter than a Vulcan furnace. Yes, think Star Trek's red shirt moment, but with more vomiting. Laughter turned to retching, and a chorus of groans rose louder than a Roman chorus, performing an opera about a broken chariot. Even the house cat, a sleek whiskered sentinel, leapt onto the table, and promptly leapt off, its fur puffed like a startled toga. The banquet collapsed into chaos, the maids scrambling to mop up a river of sour gruel, while the cook finally swore off his ladle and fled to the baths for a cleansing soak. Marcus, still standing in the cellar, felt a mix of guilt and triumph, as if he'd just survived a reality TV cooking showdown where the prize was simply not dying. He later recounted the tale to apprentices, warning that even the mightiest Roman emperor couldn't conquer poorly stored food. The forgotten storeroom was sealed shut, its door creaking shut like a tomb, and a new sign etched in Latin read, "Cave garum, beware the fish sauce." The lesson lingered longer than any lingering aftertaste. Never trust a cook who treats a moldy pot like a treasure chest. The great hall of Domus Aurea thrummed with clinking goblets and the low hum of gossip as the sun slipped behind the marble columns. Steam rose from platters of honey-glazed pork, while fragrant garum floated like a salty perfume through the vaulted arches. Servants, cheeks flush with pride, carried bowls of fig wine that gleamed like liquid amber. But underneath the gilded veneer, a sour tang lurked in the far corner stew, whispering a warning louder than any augur's scream. The first bite tasted like a betrayal, a tangy sting that made a few aristocrats blink in surprise. Soon, murmurs turned into coughs as the nobility felt a sudden tightness in their throats, as if a Roman legion had taken up residence on the back of their tongues. Faces flushed a shade of vermilion that would make a Caesar jealous, while some ladies clutched their pearls, mistaking the pain for a fashion emergency. A collective gasp rose when a dignitary swallowed a spoonful of sauce that tasted like a failed experiment in fermented cheese. The room, once a symphony of laughter, now crackled with a low growl of discomfort, as if the banquet hall had been cursed by a mischievous kitchen god. Even the jester, usually immune to any ailment, let out a wheezy chuckle that sounded more like a dying hamster. Unbeknownst to the revelers, a legion of Clostridium bacteria had been camping in the leftover stews left to sulk in a cold cellar that was more like a sauna in summer. These microscopic marauders thrive on neglect, feasting on the protein spoils like a wild boar at a backyard barbecue. When the night grew colder, the bacteria launched a toxic assault, releasing poisons that raced up the diners' throats faster than a chariot on the Appian Way. The resulting fever spiked like a rogue volcano, turning dignitaries into sweating, trembling statues of marble that suddenly cracked. All the while, the chef, a stoic man named Gaius, stared at the chaos with the expression of someone who just realized he'd left his Netflix binge unfinished. By the time the first senator started hyperventilating, the banquet resembled a scene from The Walking Dead, except with togas and more olive oil sliding across the floor. Servants sprinted like Roman fire brigades, flinging fresh figs at anyone who dared to inhale the foul stench of rot that now hung heavier than a philosopher's ego. The chorus of coughs turned into a chorus of frantic prayers to Bacchus, who, if he were watching, would probably have sent a meme of a grimacing cat with the caption, "When you realize the food is extra, extra dead." Even the Imperial Guard, trained to handle rebellions, fumbled their swords, slipping on the slick spill of spoiled broth in a slapstick display worthy of a silent film. Yet amidst the pandemonium, one elderly baker whispered, "At least it's not the same as the time we tried to store dormice in the sun. Those were truly real meat loaf of doom. When the feast finally fizzled out, the hall lay strewn with empty plates, dripping sauces, and a lingering odor that could have haunted the Pantheon. The survivors, pale as marble busts, limped to the atrium, each swearing to never again trust a dish left too long under a leaky roof. Their shivering whispers formed a new set of signs of decay, a cautionary tale that would echo through the ages like a Roman graffiti warning. Beware the bite of Clostridium. Later, scribes would note the incident with a wry footnote, likening the banquet's downfall to a poorly timed Wi-Fi outage during a binge watch marathon. Thus, the feast taught Rome that even the mightiest empire can crumble under the tiniest of microbes. A reminder that good storage is the true triumph of civilization. The banquet hall trembled as Gaius Flavius, the patrician known for his gaudy silk togas, clutched his gut and toppled onto the marble slab. A chorus of clinking goblets froze, the oily perfume of roasted boar turning sour in the stale air. Servants gasped, their brows slick with sweat, while a lone harpist's lyre twanged a sour note that sounded suspiciously like a flat G. The sudden collapse sent a ripple of whispers through the vaulted arches, like gossip at a modern reality TV reunion. The young apprentice, Lucius, stared at his master's crumpled form like a cat caught in a rainstorm, wide-eyed and utterly clueless. His hands, still coated in the sticky glaze of honey-glazed figs, trembled as he tried to lift the fallen patron, only to fling a half-eaten fig onto a senator's polished sandal. A guttural laugh rose from the kitchen's shadow, but Lucius, red as a beet, could barely remember the first rule of culinary safety. Don't let the food sit longer than a gossip session. He scrambled to fetch a bucket of water, sloshing it over the marble, creating a slapstick scene that would make a modern YouTuber's fail compilation gasp in envy. Meanwhile, the hall's heavy curtains billowed, as if the very walls were trying to inhale the stench of rot. At the kitchen's fire, the head cook, Maximus, finally emerged from the smoky gloom, his apron stained like a battlefield map of spilled wine and burnt herbs. He stared at the ruined feast, realizing his oversight. The garum, a fermented fish sauce, had been left uncovered overnight, turning into something that smelled like a tomb full of sardines. I thought the gods would bless the batch, he muttered, half apology, half defense, while the kitchen's copper pots clanged like a jazz band gone rogue. His cheeks flushed scarlet. He slapped his own forehead, admitting that his ambition to outspice a rival tavern had blinded him to basic hygiene. The apprentice's panic met his own shame, and together they swore an oath that no future dish would ever double dip in danger again. Enter Dr. Alias, the local physician, whose white toga was less about fashion and more about the fear of being splattered with bile. He thrust a clay cup of herbal wine into the patron's mouth, the bitter taste, like a bad sequel to a beloved epic. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he examined the victims, faces twisted in agony, stomachs knotted tighter than a Gordian knot. With a quick sniff of the offending sauce, he declared, "This garum has gone rogue, more akin to a villain in a Star Wars saga than a condiment." He dispatched a squad of assistants to fetch fresh herbs, vinegar, and a pot of hot water, while muttering about the need for stricter food safety decrees, though the Senate would likely vote it down faster than a chariot race. By candlelight, the hall's chaos settled into a grim tableau of groaning nobles, and the occasional cough that sounded like a broken tuba. Maximus, now humbled, scrubbed the kitchen tiles until they gleamed like a polished shield, promising future meals would be safe enough for a Roman emperor and his pet ferret. Lucius, still shaking, learned that panic makes a worse seasoning than any spice, and he vowed to keep his figs far from any unattended sauce. Dr. Aelius, after triaging the last of the sick, penned a note to the magistrate, warning that neglecting storage could turn a feast into a plague, an irony as sharp as a gladiator's sword. The banquet ended not with triumph, but with a sober lesson. Even in ancient Rome, a rotten dish can bring down more than just a belly. It can topple an empire's ego. When the last groan of the sickened crowd faded, the market square smelled of crushed figs, charred incense, and a thin, lingering bite of rot. Survivors clutched their stomachs, yet their eyes flickered with a stubborn spark of resilience. The wounded were carried to the temple's infirmary, where priests whispered prayers over steaming bowls of barley soup that tasted of redemption. Children, with mouths slick from vomit, giggled at the absurdity of a feast that turned into a battlefield of gut-wrenching fury. Meanwhile, the cook, once the pride of the patricians' banquet, found himself shunned like a sour grape at a wine tasting. The magistrate, with a scroll in one hand and a snarl on his face, declared him an exile, sending him to the windy cliffs of Ostia, where seagulls would judge his culinary sins. He slunk away, his apron frayed, muttering about spice conspiracies, as if he'd been betrayed by a rogue basil leaf. The crowd cheered his departure, their laughter echoing between stone arches, a bittersweet reminder that even the best chefs can burn the whole kitchen. In the weeks that followed, the Senate hammered out new edicts that read like a cookbook for disaster prevention. No meat shall linger more than 3 hours in the sun, the inscription declared, flanked by a cartoon of a sweating legionary clutching his gut. Vaults of cool marble were stocked with wax jars, and slaves were trained to sniff out the sour stench of spoiled grain before it could bite anyone. Citizens hung copper pots over their doors like medieval fire alarms, each clang a promise that no one would again be felled by a forgotten stew. The irony was palpable. A single oversight, a rotten rat left in a pantry, had reshaped the entire culinary landscape of Rome. Scholars later likened it to the way a single misplaced pixel can crash an entire video game, except this glitch left behind a chorus of wailing, half-dressed senators. Yet the city's appetite for order grew stronger, turning fear into a finely tuned system of checks, balances, and airtight lids. The story traveled from tavern to forum, a cautionary tale whispered over amphory of wine like a ghostly garnish. Now, as the sun sets behind the Capitoline Hill, the air is crisp, free of the sour rot that once clung like a bad after-movie sequel. People pause at the market, inhaling the scent of fresh olives and baked focaccia, grateful for the lesson learned the hard way. In a nod to modern culture, someone mutters, "May the force be with our food storage," and the crowd chuckles, acknowledging that even ancient Romans needed a superhero to battle bad broth. The ashes of that disastrous feast have turned to soil, feeding new crops and reminding every cook that a single slip can rewrite history, or at least the menu. As the sun bled its last amber into the cobblestones, Lion hunched over a cracked ledger in the scriptorium, the ink dripping like slow blood. The scent of stale parchment mixed with the distant perfume of roasted chestnuts, a comforting yet deceptive smell. A low murmur slipped through the cracked shutters, a hushed decree that promised an evening of cleansing. A phrase the old scribes used only for tax audits. Lion's eyes narrowed. The words fluttered like moths against the dimming walls, each syllable a silent alarm. She brushed a stray strand of hair from her face, feeling the weight of an invisible audience watching from the shadows. Outside, the regime's iron-fisted banners fluttered over the Capitol like bruised eagles, their gold insignia catching the dying light. Citizens shuffled past the statues of the Supreme Chancellor, heads bowed as if rehearsing for a perpetual photo op. Think Game of Thrones meets a corporate PowerPoint. The air hums with the clank of armored boots. A distant drumbeat echoed like a bad soundtrack for a rebellion movie. Lion could taste the metallic tang of fear on her tongue, a flavor she'd only ever tasted in the mess halls over cooked rations. Even the market's chatter seemed rehearsed, as if everyone were reciting lines from a script nobody wanted to finish. Sneaking through a side corridor, Lion caught the whisper of a parchment being unfolded by a trembling clerk, its ink still wet, screaming of a purge that would sweep through the lower districts like a sewage flood. The smell of burnt incense clung to the stone walls, masking the underlying rot of fear like a perfume gone stale. Her mentor, Master Zhui, stepped from the shadows, his robe rustling like dry leaves, and muttered, "This is not a plot twist, it's a cliffhanger with no happy ending." He tapped the decree, the paper crackling like an old vinyl record skipping on a cheap turntable. Lion felt a cold shiver crawl up her spine, as if the city itself had taken a bite out of her ankle. Without a moment's hesitation, they slipped into the alleyways, the night swallowing their silhouettes like a black hole at a costume party. The cobbles glistened with rain's slick grime, each step splashing up puddles that reflected the flickering lanterns, tiny constellations of broken hope. Zhui whispered a joke about running faster than the Chancellor's Wi-Fi, a grin cracking through the dread, because humor is the most subversive weapon you can carry in a sack of rags. The distant clang of the palace guard's boots sounded like a marching band practicing for a funeral parade. Lion clutched a satchel of forbidden scrolls, the parchment inside sighing like a cat forced into a bath. They burst through the city gate just as the first torches were lit, the flame tongues licking the night sky, painting the clouds in ominous orange. Behind them, the capital's silhouette loomed, a jagged silhouette of towers that seemed to mutter, "You can't hide from the paperwork." The wind slapped their faces, carrying the stench of burning timber and the faint echo of a child's giggle, perhaps a ghost, perhaps a reminder that innocence still lurked somewhere in the ruin. Lion's heart hammered like a war drum, each beat a promise to survive and to write the truth onto the world's cracked walls. As they vanished onto the road toward the hinterlands, the darkness stretched ahead, a curtain that might yet hide their redemption or swallow them whole. The night fell like a thick, black curtain, and Lion slipped out of the crumbling tenements with the silence of a cat burglar on a budget. Her mentor, old Jin, muttered a prayer to the forgotten gods, while his boots scuffed the damp cobblestones, leaving a trail of mud that smelled like stale beer and rotten kelp. Lanterns sputtered in the distance, their feeble glow swallowed by shadows that seemed to twitch with every whispered footstep. Even the rats seemed to tiptoe, as if fearing they might be recruited as informants for the regime's ever-watchful eyes. They ducked behind a rusted water pipe, just as a patrol of trench-coat soldiers marched by, their boots clacking like an off-beat marching band that had lost its conductor. Jin made a sarcastic comment about the uniformed crowd, resembling a bad cosplay of Mandalorian armor, and Lion snorted despite the fear, knotting her stomach. A distant bark of a stray dog cut through the night, followed by a faint cough that could have been a dying candle, or the desperate gasp of an informant hiding under a haystack. The scent of gun oil mingled with wet earth, making the air feel like a gritty espresso shot you'd rather not swallow. Every twisted alley seemed to widen with rumors, as if the city itself were whispering, "You're not safe here." Lion felt the weight of her family's missing photograph press against her chest, a tangible reminder of the personal cost of staying hidden. Jin's voice, normally as steady as a metronome, slipped into a cracked monotone, hinting that even his veteran nerves were fraying. The oppressive darkness began to feel less like a shield and more like a heavy blanket that might suffocate them if they lingered too long. Trust, once as solid as the ancient stone walls around them, now cracked like an old vinyl record under a scratchy needle. Jin glanced at Lion, eyes darting, and muttered, "If you hear a knock, don't answer unless it's the pizza delivery guy." A half-joking jab at the absurdity of trying to stay normal amid chaos. The stale smell of mildew seeped into their throats, making each breath feel like inhaling old secrets. Shadows stretched and recoiled, as if the city itself were playing a twisted game of hide and seek, testing their resolve at every corner. Finally, they reached the abandoned factory, its broken windows yawning like terrified mouths that had seen too many betrayals. A sudden screech of metal on metal echoed, and Lion's heart hammered like a drum solo in a rock anthem, while Jin clutched his worn leather satchel tight enough to squeeze a rabbit. They slipped inside, the smell of rust and oil wrapping around them like a pungent perfume. And for a heartbeat, the purge's net seemed to pause, confused by the sudden disappearance. As they vanished into the darkness, the city's distant sirens sang a lullaby of irony. The hunters had become the hunted, and the night, ever the silent ally, whispered, "You made it for now." In the thin air of the northern crags, where clouds clung like damp wool, Mara and Jax slipped past jagged outcrops, as if auditioning for a medieval mission impossible. The wind howled through pines, rattling the ancient stone walls of a forgotten monastery that locals only mentioned when the moon was shy. Their lanterns threw jittery shadows that danced like nervous conspirators, while the scent of wet earth and pine resin filled their nostrils, a reminder they were far from the soot-filled streets of the capital. They knew the clandestine council, plotting to expose the king's purge, lurked somewhere within this stone-cold labyrinth, and the very thought made their stomachs flip like circus acrobats. Inside a vaulted chamber, the duo uncovered a massive oak table strewn with parchments, ink-stained quills, and a half-eaten goat cheese that smelled like rebellion mixed with dairy. A hushed chant rose from the hidden council members, their voices reverberating off frescoes of forgotten heroes, as if urging the gods to intervene. The scent of burning tallow from ancient candles mingled with the sharp tang of fear, making Mara's pulse thrum like a war drum. Jax whispered that exposing the purge would be the biggest plot twist since the Empire's last season finale, and the irony of their own secret agent-style infiltration was not lost on them. Just as they began to copy the incriminating scrolls, a sudden clang echoed, a hidden trapdoor slammed shut, and a familiar figure stepped into the firelight. Silas, the mole who had been feeding the king's spooks for months. His grin was as crooked as a pirate's map, and he tossed a tin cup of fermented pine sap at their feet, saying, "Welcome to the real game, you two." Betrayal cut sharper than any blade, and the council members scattered like startled squirrels, their robes snapping in a chorus of rustling fabric. Mara's nerves crackled, but she forced a wry laugh, shouting, "Well, that's one way to crash a party." Before the stone walls began to tremble with approaching boots, the trio bolted through narrow tunnels, sprinting past dripping stalactites that dripped like leaky faucets in a haunted bathroom. Their breaths came out in ragged clouds, mixing with the sour odor of crushed bat guano that clung to the stone. Behind them, the sound of marching soldiers grew louder, a drumbeat of dread that threatened to swallow their hopes. Jax hurled a sack of glittering coins into a side passage, hoping the clatter would distract their pursuers, and the sudden burst of metallic clang was as satisfying as a superhero landing. With the darkness pressed tight against them, they emerged onto a sheer cliffside, the wind howling so fiercely it seemed to chant, "Run, you fools, run." Standing at the precipice, they could see the lights of the capital flickering like fireflies caught in a jar, each one a reminder that the purge's shadow stretched far beyond the mountain. The sense of imminent capture surged, a tidal wave of adrenaline that made Mara's hair stand on end like static before a storm. Jax, ever the sarcastic one, muttered, "If we get caught, at least we'll have the best exit scene in any Netflix drama." Yet, beneath the humor lay a gritty resolve. They would not let the council's noble aims die beneath the boots of tyrants. With a final, defiant grin, they leapt into the abyss, trusting the night to conceal their fall and the future to remember their whispered rebellion. The night draped the ancient citadel like a black velvet curtain, the moon having taken an unpaid vacation. Lion slipped through the cracked stone arches, her boots whispering against damp mortar that smelled of mildew and old incense. A cold wind slipped past, rattling the rusted banners that fluttered like nervous chickens. She could hear distant drums, enforcers marching like a badly timed marching band from a low-budget fantasy film. The darkness wasn't just absence of light. It was a thick, palpable thing that wrapped around her like a conspiratorial cloak. From the east, the purge's enforcers emerged, their armor clanking like a garage full of teenage wannabe metalheads. Their torches sputtered, casting jittery orange halos that painted the stone with a jaundiced glow. Lion crouched behind a shattered column, feeling the cool sweat bead on her temples as the scent of burnt oil tickled her nostrils. She raised a hand, and the shadows obeyed, swallowing the torchlight as if a mischievous cat had unplugged the world's dimmer switch. For a moment, the enforcers looked like confused paparazzi stumbling through a blackout. The clash erupted with a chorus of steel on steel, a sound that rattled the ancient bones of the citadel and made the nearby rats perform an involuntary tap dance. Sparks sprayed like fireworks on New Year's Eve, each one a tiny sun that died before it could brighten the sky. Lion twisted, her blade singing a mournful tune, while the enforcers' shouts echoed like badly dubbed villains from a 90s action movie. The air grew thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid sting of singed fabric, making her throat feel like it was chewing on sandpaper. Yet the darkness pressed in, muffling cries and turning every footstep into a whispered secret. When the last enforcer fell, a hollow silence settled, broken only by the distant howl of a lone wolf that sounded suspiciously like a ringtone. Lion's eyes flicked to the hidden council chambers, where the elders huddled like nervous extras waiting for their cue. The choice loomed: retreat into the shadows and let the council be crushed, or charge forward, offering herself as the ultimate sacrificial lamb, though she'd prefer being a heroic goat rather than a lamb. Ironically, the very darkness she wielded now threatened to swallow her whole, as if the universe were playing a cruel game of hide-and-seek. With a breath that tasted of iron and resolve, she stepped toward the doorway, the echo of her own heartbeat louder than any drum. The council doors burst open, revealing scholars clutching scrolls that smelled of old parchment and desperation. Lion slammed her shoulder against the heavy oak, sending a shockwave of dust that made everyone cough like they'd just inhaled a dragon's sneeze. The enforcer's leader lunged, but the darkness behind Lion folded around him, tightening like a miser's purse, and sending him sprawling into a pile of broken statues. As the first light of dawn threatened to bleed through the cracks, Lion stood exhausted, her armor slick with sweat and blood, a sardonic grin playing on her lips. She had saved the council, but the price was a night of nightmares that would make even the toughest war veteran think twice before signing up for a midnight shift. First light cracked over the rooftops like a timid thief, pulling back the night's heavy curtain. The clatter of boots and shouted orders that had stitched the darkness together fell silent as the sun's amber glare exposed the hidden purge. Lanterns sputtered and died, their smoky ghosts scattering in the wind. Citizens peered from cracked windows, eyes wide with both terror and relief, as the tyrant's plans dissolved like sugar in tea. The city inhaled a collective sigh, a mix of ash and fresh dawn air, as the murderous night finally slipped away. From the guttered alleyways, Lion stepped into the sunrise, his coat dripping with the night's grime like a watercolor gone wrong. He brushed a stray rat from his shoulder, muttering, "Guess the rats got better overtime hours than the guards." The light caught the scar across his cheek, a souvenir from a night where whispers turned to knives. Around him, the cobblestones glistened with rain and blood, the latter quick, drying under the sun's impatient heat. He lifted his chin, a half smile playing on his lips, and shouted a toast to the day, to mornings that finally remember to be kind. Mothers gathered around cracked stone wells, their cries mingling with the metallic tang of blood still clinging to the air. Old men shuffled through the market stalls, their grizzled hands clutching half-eaten buns, eyes haunted by the echo of boots that no longer rang. The scent of burnt incense rose, fighting the stale odor of fear that had lingered like a bad hangover. Children, cheeks smeared with soot, clutched each other's hands, their laughter a jittery soundtrack to the tragedy. The city's heart beat slower, bruised but not broken, as the collective mourning turned into a shaky, hopeful rhythm. A fragile peace settled like a thin sheet of ice over a restless river, cracking at every footfall, but holding for now. Guards lowered their rifles, their metal clinking against armor in a sound that resembled applause, if applause were made of rusted iron. Vendors began to unfurl cloth awnings, their voices trading jokes about the night that tried to eat us and got a bad case of indigestion. The wind carried a new perfume, fresh bread, wet stone, and the distant hum of a lute playing a tune that sounded suspiciously like "Here Comes the Sun." In that tenuous calm, everyone whispered the promise that tomorrow would be better, even if it meant remembering the night's horrors over a mug of sour ale. When the last ember of the purge flickered out, Lion tipped his battered hat to the crowd, a wink as cheeky as a sitcom character exiting stage left. He muttered, "Well, that's one more episode we can binge watch without the scary credits." The city exhaled, releasing a sigh that smelled of wet wool and triumph, a scent that would linger like a good punchline. Though the wounds were fresh, the day's golden light stitched them together with threads of irony and resilience. And so, under the dawning mercy, the people stepped forward, each footfall a reminder that even the darkest night can be outwitted by a little sunrise and a lot of stubborn humor.